All rise. Hear your son of Criminal Court Division 3 is now for the transaction of business go to adjournment. All persons having business before this court come for discussion, you should be heard. James Jones, presiding, you can see no talk. Good morning, everyone. Are we ready to bring the jury in? The jurors are in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of our jury. As you can see, in Memphis, we operate on opposite ends of the spectrum. Sometimes it's going to be really hot, sometimes it will be cold. So if, as we did yesterday, if there's anything that we can do as far as your comfort, please let us know. We want you to be able to be attentive and not have any distractions. We are going to go ahead and proceed with the trial. Say you're ready with your next witness. Derek Miller.
Derek Miller, D-E-R-E-K, Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R.
How do you employ Mr. Miller?
I'm a special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And in particular, what do you do with TBI?
I'm assigned to the Cybercrime and Digital Evidence Unit, so I used to be a digital forensic examiner. I now investigate cybercrimes for the state.
What is a digital forensic examiner?
A digital forensic examiner is somebody who is specially trained to extract data off of an electronic device, whether it be a cell phone, a USB drive, a computer, and forensically analyze that data in a manner that allows you to interpret it and see the data without changing it and manipulating it.
What kind of training have you had to do that?
I had my basic digital forensic training at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Brunswick, Georgia. That includes extracting data appropriately and then analyzing the data you've extracted. I've also attended numerous courses, advanced courses on digital forensics, several different specific companies that make software tools, training for those tools as well.
Have you had occasion to extract data from cell phones in particular?
Yes, sir.
Have you done that one time or many times?
Many times.
Describe to the jury how you do that.
We have special tools that review the contents of the phone without changing or manipulating the data that's already on that phone. So we call that forensically examining, okay? All that means is we're getting what data we can from that phone based on that piece of technology, but we're not adding, deleting, or changing any of the data that was on that phone when we received it.
Do you continue to receive updated education and training with regard to extracting information from cell
Yes.
phones? Have you had occasion to testify in court about cell phone extractions that you've done?
Yes.
Have you had occasion to testify more or more than once?
Oh, many more times than once.
Have you ever been tendered to the court as an expert in this digital examination?
I have.
Your Honor, I would tender Special Agent Miller as an expert in digital forensics.
Any objection?
No objection. I want to call your attention to the case involving the death of Tyre Nicols. Were you asked in that case to do a forensic examination of defendant Haley's cell phone?
Yes, I was.
Before you were asked to do that, was your attention called to a certain poll cam video?
It was.
And in reviewing that video, let's watch that video, and you tell us the point of the video that you're interested in.
Yes, sir.
poll cam video from this location.
right, it's coming up here in just the next 30 seconds.
What is it that we're looking for?
The individual standing in front of Mr. Nichols has his light turned on him. He walks away, then he's going to step back up and kind of lean down with his light on Mr. Nichols. It looks like he's got a phone in his hand.
Time spent there is 20:40 for the record. Is that individual Demetrius Haley?
Yes,
Did that cause you interest in his cell phone?
it did.
We can stop the video. Were you able to attain Demetrius Haley's cell phone?
I was. Yeah, that device was submitted to me at the TBI.
iPhone 13 Plus with a phone number 901-581-3284.
I don't know the phone number off the top of my head. That's not part of the examination. I could look it up if you need me to.
Well, I'm just passing your
Okay.
documentation.
Okay.
on it, so.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, tell me what that is.
This is a property receipt from Demetrius Haley to TBI Special Agent Kim Covington for an iPhone 13 Plus with the phone number 901-581-3284 or 94.
If we could introduce that as state number 7 counters, 2 pages.
Object. What exactly are these reports?
This is a submission of the phone to Agent Miller for examination.
So the two TBI receipts for phone information marked as exhibit 17.
Did you also obtain a consent to search from Mr. Haley with regard to this phone?
A consent to search was obtained. That was not something that I did.
I passed you a document. I snuck it in on here.
Sorry. That's correct. Yeah, this is a TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation consent to search form signed by Demetrius Haley for an iPhone 13 Plus. It looks like he provided his passcode, signed by him and TBI Special Agent Kim Covington.
We could offer that evidence as state numbers of it.
Okay. TBI consent search marked as exhibit 18.
All right, tell us how you searched the phone and what you're looking for.
For this device, we use what's called a gray key. It is a specialized tool that was invented to extract data in a forensic manner, as I described earlier, from Apple iPhones. In this case, we obtained what's called a full file system. If you think about data on your phone, everything that makes the phone work, everything you do on your phone, pictures, text messages, internet browsing, that's all stored in what we call the full file system. Okay, think of a filing cabinet full of all of your data on a phone. When you delete something, the phone figuratively takes that piece of paper out of the filing cabinet and shreds it, and it becomes two different places. The deleted is not accessible. The non-deleted is still in that full file system. And so we're able to extract everything that had not been deleted from the iPhone.
Did you find anything in the iPhone from the timestamp that we saw around 2040?
Yes,
Around 8:40 that evening?
I did. I found one Apple Live photo. If you're familiar with Apple phones, they take a picture and a video at the same time and mush them together, and it allows the viewer to see a couple seconds before and after they actually press the button. So one live photo taken at 8:40 and 8 seconds on January 7th.
Let me pass you this photograph and ask you if you recognize it.
This is the photo taken at 8:40:08.
Was it taken by defendant Haley's cell phone?
It was taken by a phone that matches the make and model of his phone.
Did you find it? Did you find it during the examination? of the
Yes.
phone? We offer that in the evidence that states that summary exhibit.
Okay.
Right, so the photo from his phone, that's exhibit 19.
Can we publish this exhibit? Yes, sir. Publish an exhibit 19 for the record. Where in defendant Haley's phone is this picture found?
There are multiple versions of this photo found in a directory that is associated with text messages. So the way an iPhone specifically works is you take the photo, it stores it in a folder. That folder is the same every time. If you do things with that photo, it may create another version of that photo. It's just the way computers work. They don't always point back to the same location. It is an effort to make your life easier and faster. And so these pictures are sort of considered duplicate versions of the original photo that is stored in a directory that it would only store if you sent it as a text message. That makes sense. So you take the picture, it stores it in folder A, you send it as a text message to somebody, it takes a copy of that and puts it in folder B.
If I understand you right, you found this in folder B, is that correct?
Correct.
How about folder A? I assume when I take a picture in my phone, that folder A would be like my photos.
Correct.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you find it in his photos?
No.
Why not?
There could be a number of reasons. Presumably, the simplest answer is that it had been deleted.
Deleted from file A, which is my photos or whatever, they call it. What is file B?
File B is, it's called SMS deep.db. It's a database of everything about text messages. SMS stands for short message service. It's old technology. When you used to send a text message of literally just text, it was called an SMS, a short message service. The acronym remains, they keep the same naming convention. So SMS has its own little bucket. And when you send something as a message, it goes into the SMS.db bucket. That's how we're able to know that this photo is associated with a text message, because the only way a file gets there is by sending an SMS or a text message.
Take the photo, it goes to my photos, but I deleted it out of my photos, but I've sent it in a text message. You can still find that photo in your phone, sounds like, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you find that photo in my phone, does it still have what I'm gonna call it the metadata from the phone?
Correct.
From the picture?
Yes.
And when you found this picture within Haley's phone, does it still have the metadata associated with it?
It does.
And does it reflect the time that it was taken?
It does.
And what is that? What does it reflect?
8:40 and 8 seconds on January 7th, 2023, 8:40 p.m.
Okay, so consistent with the video that we just watched.
Correct.
Was there evidence in the phone that, I guess you've already testified to it, that Mr. Haley shared the photo or sent the photo to other people?
Yes.
Is there evidence in the phone how many times he shared the photo with other people and when?
Based on the number of files in the SMS.db directory, the folder B, as I mentioned earlier, it appears that the photo was shared at least 11 times, although we found conversation with 8 individuals about that photo.
Shared it up to 11 times, is that correct?
Correct.
But it says you found 8 people.
Correct.
In what time period is this photo shared?
The first message relative to the photo is at 8:43 p.m. on January 7th, 2023.
Okay, so that'd be about two or 3 minutes after it's taken.
Correct.
How about when you said some of these shares have associated text messages.
Yes.
I'm not gonna ask you about those associated text messages, so I don't want you to read those. But if you can tell me when each share occurred, I appreciate that.
The first share, using your words, the first time that there's a conversation about the photo is at 8:43 p.m. That is a message with two individuals. The next message would be at 9 p.m. The next one also at 9 p.m. The next one would have been 10:19 p.m. Excuse me, 10:50 p.m. The next one 10:51. The next one 11:07 p.m.
I'm gonna ask you with regard to, did you find a particular text exchange that you have, that we printed out here before today?
I did.
Let me pass this to you. Tell me what this is.
This is a iMessage conversation, which iMessage is Apple's text messaging service when two iPhones are messaging each other. This is an iMessage conversation between Mr. Haley and somebody stored in his phone as MPD Fox Austin P.
And is that an extraction from Mr. Haley's phone?
It is.
Why don't we have that marked as 662?
No objection. No objection. No objection.
So the two-page text thread as exhibit.
Permission to publish exhibit 20, Judge?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us what we're looking up here.
The top part is just information about the conversation. So in total, what you see the display name, local user is Mr. Haley's phone. MPD Fox Austin P is the other person in the conversation. You see number of participants is 2. The number of messages, 87, is how many messages exist in total between these two people. It's not worrying about how many that you're about to see. It's 87 total. We looked at everything those two people have ever done. The first message between them was November 16, 2022, and the last message, January 8th, 2023.
So the very first time they texted with each other about whatever. Obviously,
Right. Correct.
Would have been November the 16th of 2020.
That's correct.
These messages we're looking at here from January 8th of 2023.
Correct.
Is it 6:05 p.m. correct?
No, it would be 12:05. UTC time is 6 hours ahead of Central Time. So this would be at 12 noon, essentially 12:05 p.m. Noon on January 8th.
So the incident with Mr. Nichols happened on 1/7 at approximately 8:30-ish, and this is the next day.
Correct.
What's the brief first?
Yes, the first bubble there, MPD Fox Austin P. This is meant to represent, the view of your phone. MPD Fox Austin P sends Mr. Haley a message that says, "Who beat dude up last night?" So gray in this iMessage conversation is Miss MPD Fox Austin P. Blue represents Mr. Haley's phone. So he says, "Who beat dude up last night?" And Mr. Haley's phone responds, "Us."
So that's incoming, who beat dude up last night.
Correct.
And then a response from Mr. Haley's phone that says us.
Correct.
You can read the rest.
They MPD Fox Austin P says they relieved some folks. FR, that is my interpretation of that, means for real. Mr. Haley's phone says, "Yeah, 6 of us." MPD Fox Austin P says, "Damn, I don't understand why though." Mr. Haley's phone says, "I guess it's just procedure." IDK, meaning I don't know. MPD Fox Austin P says, "Shit stupid, keep y'all head up, Brody. The city needs y'all. FR, again, for real, for real." Mr. Haley's phone says, "Appreciate it, bro."
You're pretty good at the text line, guy. I've got to Google that stuff sometimes. I'll get an FR, I have to go and see what it is. No questions? No further questions?
Interesting.
Thank you, Gentlemen.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Agent Nicols.
That's fine. Yes, sir.
You need a moment.
Nope.
Straighten this up.
Nope, yes, sir.
Mike Stengel, I represent Demetrius Haley. Am I correct that in analyzing, once you've dumped the messages associated with this picture, that you were also able, like we just saw with MPD Fox Austin P, you were also able to see text messages with respect to who that photo was sent.
Yes, sir.
And you were also able to identify, let me make sure I'm correct. For instance, talking about the text with MPD Fox Austin P. That identification comes from, that's how that phone number is stored in this phone, correct?
That is correct.
So that could be anybody.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it could be Mike Stengel, but stored as MPD Fox Austin P. With respect to the several people you said were involved in text messages with this photo and Mr. Haley's phone, did you investigate who the recipients were?
That is not something that I did. No, sir.
So you are able to tell what stored contact name this phone engaged the stuff with the photo, correct?
Correct.
And am I correct that several of those, and you just, the first one, it was at 8:43, that was with two people, so that was sort of a three-person conversation.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And later on, am I correct that some of those texts were sent to people that the phone identifies as MPD somebody?
Correct.
More than one went to somebody, different people identified by MPD, correct?
That is correct.
Were you able to determine, like with MPD Austin, MPD Fox Austin P, whether that meant Memphis Police Department?
No, all I know is what's represented in the phone, just like you talked about a minute ago.
Okay. And some of the recipients of that photo had questions or comments about, text questions or comments about, correct?
Correct.
And at one point, in response to one of those questions, Mr. Haley texted that he grabbed his partner's gun, correct?
That is correct.
In addition to forensic examination of Mr. Haley's phone, in connection with this case, you also examined at least two other phones, correct?
That is correct.
One of them belonged to Tyre Nicols, as your understanding,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Correct.
And when you did that, with respect to Mr. Nichols' phone, you were focused on GPS location of the phone during a time period 8:15 or 8:20 PM on January 7th or a while after that, correct? And as a matter of fact, you plotted out a chart of the GPS location of that phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And am I correct that several of the dots on your chart are at Ross and Reynolds?
I'd have to see it, sir. I'm not sure. There was a photo of the totality of the dots as well as a video file which displayed the dots in chronological order.
I'm going to approach you on this.
Yes,
You
sir.
recognize
Yes, sir.
that as a copy of part of your work product,
Yes, sir.
and that's from your forensic examination of Tyre Nicols' phone related to this case.
That's correct.
Bernard asked that be marked as the next number of exhibit. No objection, Judge. No.
The report on Mr. Nichols' phone, exhibit 21.
With respect to examining Mr. Nichols' phone, other than focusing on the GPS location, what did you examine?
In this case, I gave 2 maps of GPS location as well as all of the contents of the phone to the investigator that submitted it to me. That's standard procedure.
Okay. Did you examine any of the text messages?
I don't know if I did or not, but they're not in my report.
Did you examine the contacts saved in the phone?
Again, I don't recall that, but everything from the phone was given to the investigator, who is more intimate with the case than I am, for that reason, because I don't know what is of relevance to the case.
Okay. Is it a fair statement that after extracting all of the data from the phone and giving it to the investigator, would the investigator be Agent Nick Ellis?
No, my report was provided to Charles Baker, yeah, Special Agent Charles Baker.
So you gave the contents extracted from Tyre Nichols' phone to Agent Charles Becker, correct?
Correct.
You prepared these 2 reports of GPS location, correct?
That's correct.
And those were given to him.
Correct.
You didn't prepare any other reports?
Correct.
No reports on contact names, emails, text messages, social media, anything like that?
That's correct.
Online purchases or anything?
That's correct.
I'm going to have a moment with my client, Your Honor. Ask the witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Stingle asked you about the contact names that it was sent to. Do you have a list of names?
I have it on my computer.
Do you remember that? Do you remember the names it was sent to?
Oh, on Mr. Haley's phone?
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I wasn't.
Yes.
Asking about Mr. Nichols' phone again.
Yes.
But no, I'm sorry. I should have. I'm not sure myself. I was asking about Mr. Haley's phone.
The contact names or contact information related to the photo,
Yeah, we
Okay.
did a photo sensor in his list.
I do have those.
What are they?
The first one is, let me summarize all of these. I have a name that is stored in the phone associated with the phone number. So for every one of these, I have the phone number, which is a factual thing, that is what it is, and then the name that Mr. Haley's phone associates with that number. So the first name is MPD Jazz, parentheses, Lil Sis, in parentheses, property and evidence. The second name is Brittany. The third name is, I may get the pronunciation wrong, Vashti, Vashty. The fourth name is Bree Beal, Bribeale. The Fifth name is Shamika ATC. Number 6 is MPD Mike, Mount Moriah Task Force. 7 is MPD Smith OCU,
What's the phone number for that?
901-254-9333. And the last name is MPD McKinney SDO.
That's all the questions.
Anything else on this witness? After those are all the questions. I think so.
Thank you all.
State, are you ready with the next witness?
Yes, Judge. The state calls Ms. Radrisha Mackey. Ms. Mackey, will you step this way, please?
You solemnly swear affirm that the testimony of today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. That's the one. You proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Mackey, will you please say and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Radrisha Mackey, RODRESHA, last name Mackey, MACKEY.
Ms. Mackey, I know this is probably obvious, but do you work for the Memphis Police Department?
Yes, I do.
And as part of your job working with the Memphis Police Department, do you maintain and preserve records?
Yes,
Will one of those records be an oath of office?
yes.
Can you tell this jury what an oath of office is?
It's when the officer make a promise to perform their duties.
And when is that oath administered?
Upon graduation,
And is it part of Memphis Police Department policy to maintain those records?
yes,
Did you bring those records with you here to court?
I did.
Can you open that envelope, I believe that you carried? And take a look at the content.
Yes, this is the oath of office.
Can you tell us who those oaths of office are for?
To Darius Bean, Emmett Martin III, Demetrius Haley, Justin Smith, and Desmond Mills Jr.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that Ms. Radrisha Mackey be tendered as a keeper of records for those documents and acts that they be added as the next number of exhibits.
First, as far as the, any objection to being at the keeper of records?
Objection. No, no objection.
All right, as far as this being the next labeled exhibit,
No objection.
is this gonna be one collective?
Yes, Your Honor.
Passes. We'll show 5-page oath of office. Exhibit 22.
Your Honor, permission to publish the oath of office to the jury by having it read aloud. Memphis Police Department oath of office, last name Bean, first name Tredarius. Section 133, basic recruit. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, the laws and ordinances of this city, and that I will faithfully comport myself while in office. So help me God. Signed by Mr. Tredarius Bean on the 14th of January, 2021. First name Emmett, last name Martin, section 125, same language. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, the laws and ordinances of the city, and that I will faithfully comport myself while in office. So help me God. Signed by Mr. Emmett Martin. Demetrius Haley, basic recruit 133, same language. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, the laws and ordinances of this city, and that I will faithfully comport myself while in office, so help me God. Signed by Defendant Haley. First name Justin, last name Smith. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, the laws and ordinances of this city, and that I will faithfully comport myself while in office. So help me God. Signed by Defendant Justin Smith. Last name Nichols, first name Desmond. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, the laws and ordinances of this city, and that I will faithfully comport myself while in office, so help me God. Signed by Defendant Desmond Nichols. Ms. Megan, with those having the oath of office that every officer takes upon graduation? Yes, ma'am. This time I'll pass the meeting.
No question, John. No question. No question, John.
Thank you.
State, you ready with your next witness?
Yes, sir. State calls Dr. Ross.
Step forward, Dr. Ross. I swear affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God. I do. That's easy.
Dr. Ross, will you state and spell your first and last name for the jury, please?
Marco, Marco, Ross, ROSS,
Dr. Ross, where are you employed?
at the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center
How long have you been there?
since March of 2007,
What is your current title or position?
Chief Medical Examiner and Forensic Pathologist.
How long have you held that position?
I've been the Chief Medical Examiner for approximately 3 years now, as forensic pathologist since I started there,
What are your duties as the chief medical examiner?
to oversee the operations of the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center and to direct the activities of staff pathologists.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background before becoming the chief medical examiner?
I received my medical degree from Tulane University in 1985. I then completed a residency in general surgery at the University of South Carolina in 91, and then served as a surgeon in the U.S. Navy from 91 to 95. Following that, I completed a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Vermont in 1999, and a forensic pathology fellowship at the University of North Carolina in 2000. Following that, I served as a medical examiner in Phoenix, Arizona for 2.5 years, then Spokane, Washington for 4.5 years before coming to Memphis.
And as part of your duties, are you a member of any professional societies, or do you have any certifications or licenses along with your position?
I'm currently licensed to practice medicine in the state of Tennessee, and I am board certified in anatomic and clinical pathology, as well as forensic pathology, and hold memberships in the National Association of Medical Examiners and the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
Dr. Ross, can you tell the jury a little bit, as a medical examiner, what do you do on a day-to-day basis? What are your actual job duties?
We are responsible for evaluating those deaths that occur either due unnatural means or are sudden and unexpected deaths or deaths that occur without the attendance of a physician.
Do you perform autopsies?
Yes.
And tell the jury a little bit about how you go about doing that.
When we perform an autopsy, that is an examination of the body, both the outer surfaces and internal structures of the body. We start by examining the outer surfaces and removing clothing, looking at skin surfaces, looking for evidence of disease and injury. Then we proceed with an internal examination, which means making incisions in the chest, abdomen, and head in order to examine the internal structures, organs, and tissues of the body, also looking for evidence of disease and injury.
Dr. Ross, in your career as a forensic pathologist, approximately how many autopsies would you say you have performed?
I'm on the order of about 5,000 autopsies at this point in my career.
And in the course of your duties as a medical examiner, have you had occasion to testify in court?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified here in these state courts?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified in this court in particular?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified also in federal courts?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Ross as an expert in forensic pathology.
Any objection? No objection. No objection, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Judge. Can you tell the jury, you just described what an autopsy is and what you do. When you go about performing an autopsy, do you have occasion sometimes to review additional records? Maybe if the patient transferred to you from a hospital, on occasion, would you look at hospital records?
Yes.
Would you look at ambulance run reports if that was available?
Yes.
And does that information come to your office, or is that something you have to request additionally?
We usually have to request it on occasion. It comes by other means, but usually we actually request it from those sources.
And you described to the jury generally what an autopsy is. When you do that autopsy, do you, when you make your findings, do you also prepare sometimes diagrams that go along with that report?
Yes, part of the autopsy includes making notations, usually on diagrams at the time of autopsy, and those will often get incorporated at least into the case file, not into the report itself.
Do you take photographs during the autopsy as well?
Yes, we do.
Those photographs often document injuries or the findings that you make.
Correct.
In each autopsy you perform, is that autopsy given a unique identifying number?
Yes, it is.
And in the case today, we're interested in autopsy 2300-0074. Are you familiar with that autopsy?
Yes, I am.
And who was the patient in that autopsy you performed?
Tyre Nicols.
And in this particular case, did you prepare that full report we've just been discussing?
Yes.
Do you recall, as we just mentioned in the case of Tyre Nicols, did you have occasion to review additional hospital records?
Yes, it is.
I want to pass you a document. And Dr. Ross, if you'll pull it through that and tell me if you recognize what that is.
These are copies of our report of investigation, the autopsy report, the neuropathology consultation report, the toxicology reports, associated diagrams, as well as an evidence release report and a copy of the death certificate.
Does that appear to be a full copy of the autopsy report for Tyre Nicols?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would ask that this be marked as an academic exhibit.
Objection.
did you bring, your own copy of that report with you for today?
Yes, I did.
When was this autopsy performed?
It was performed on January 11, 2023.
And who performed this autopsy?
Myself and Dr. Laura Batwell, who was a fellow in training at the time.
I'm gonna pass you a photograph. Sorry, Brent. Dr. Ross, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is pictured there?
It's a photograph of the face of the deceased Tyre Nicols taken at the time of autopsy.
Does it also have that specific autopsy number that you mentioned earlier?
Yes, it does.
And does every photograph that's taken during the autopsy have that identifying number in it?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I've asked this to be marked as the next.
Any objections? We'll get some objection on it. We'll show the photo of Mr. Nichols' face on autopsy as exhibit 44.
Your Honor, permission to publish. Dr. Ross, you mentioned when you go about to perform an autopsy, you first start with an external examination and then do the internal examination. So I want to start today with the external examination. First, and I believe there may be some diagrams in the autopsy that could be helpful in explaining this, but did you do the external examination of Mr. Nichols?
Yes.
And tell the jury a little bit about how you go about that.
We just look over the surfaces of the body. We evaluate for any irregularities or abnormalities on the skin surfaces, make notations of things such as size, color, distribution of any of the abnormal areas.
Did you find such abnormal areas in this particular case?
Yes, we did.
And did you document those?
Yes, we did.
And did you diagram them,
Yes,
photograph them?
yes.
I want to draw your attention to one of those diagrams within the autopsy. I believe there are several diagrams, but the one in particular that's labeled first, let's start with external evidence of injury.
Yes.
And Your Honor, this is part of the autopsy that's been admitted. I'm asked permission to publish that diagram so the jury can follow along. And if I could also pass Dr. Ross a laser pointer in case it may be useful.
It surely works. What's this?
And Dr. Ross, we may need to test that that's, I think we have pointed at the screen to see if it's working. Dr. Ross, if I may have it back, it may be. Thank you. It's a large circle, but not a red dot. Well, Dr. Ross, you may have to do it without pointer. If you will, Dr. Ross, if you would step down, and I have a copy of that here, sort of discuss with the jury, and I apologize, the types of injuries we see here, and they can also see on the diagram behind me.
What we documented on this diagram are the locations of abrasions, otherwise, or scrape marks on the body. Those are labeled with the letter A. And then we also noted the locations of contusions, also known as bruises, labeled with the letter C for contusion. So on this diagram, you can see several letters A and C for abrasions and contusions. There are abrasions on the right side of the face, on the top of the left and right shoulder, over the central chest region. There are also abrasions on the knees and on the fingers of the left hand, and there are right hand, and then there are also on the elbows. And then there are areas of bruising on the right upper arm, the right forearm, the right hip and abdomen region, and also on the left lower leg and on the left side of the neck.
And those injuries you just discussed, would these be more what we may refer to as superficial injuries? As you mentioned, a bruising, but then the abrasions are just sort of scraping type injuries?
This is what we see on the surface of the skin, and some of it remains a little bit more superficial and limited to the skin. Some of it is continuous with deeper injuries of the body.
And is that something that you can then learn more about as you do your intern examination?
Correct.
If you'll resume your seat on the witness stand, I'm going to pass you, Dr. Ross, some photographs of those injuries you just discussed. Your Honor, if I may pass all of these and then we'll admit it collectively, it may just be easier. Dr. Ross, the first photograph, can you tell me what you see there?
This is a photograph of the right side of the face, showing an area of scrape mark and a little bit of bruising on the right temple region of the face.
Thank you. Can you describe the next photograph?
The next one is a photograph showing the lips been lifted up so that we can see that there is a broken tooth. The right medial or middle incisor has been broken. The next photograph shows an abrasion on the left elbow. The next photograph shows abrasions on the right knee. The next photograph also shows abrasions to the right knee, just a little bit more, not as close up as the previous photograph. The next photograph shows an abrasion on the left knee. And the next photograph shows abrasions on the some of the knuckles of the right hand. And the next photograph shows abrasions on the top of the right shoulder. And the next photograph shows an abrasion on the left shoulder.
And the photographs that you just looked at, are those photographs consistent with the injuries you just discussed in the diagram?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I would ask that these photographs be marked as the next collective exhibit.
No, I only asked if it was not, but I think it's non-sequential numbers, the way he read it, just for the sake of the record. And 1 through 9, I don't mind it being as a cumulative exhibit, but it should be.
It's not sequential. Well, if there is going to be a cumulative exhibit, there's not going to be a sum number for each of these. It will just be one part of the exhibit. So if someone's going to reference it, you'll just need to reference exactly what page it is. 9 photos will show this as a collection exhibit, exhibit 25, the autopsy.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, if I may, publish to the jury, and again, if I could just have Dr. Ross step down and with these photographs, show the jury what he's describing. Thank you, Judge.
This is a photograph of the right side of the face. You can see the eye is over here, and the ear is right around here. And then right here next to the right eye on the right temple, there's this sort of darker area here, and then you see kind of a reddish pinkish area down there. That represents an abrasion or a scrape mark on the right temple region. Some of it is just darker because it's healing or beginning to heal and scab over in some areas. There may be some associated bleeding underneath those tissues as well. This is a photograph where we have lifted up the upper lip to show that the tooth on the right side, the incisor tooth, has been broken. You can see that the one on the left side is intact, the one on the right side is a broken tooth. It's a photograph showing the left elbow. Right, and there is an abrasion or a scrape mark on the left elbow, that reddish pinkish lesion is a scrape mark. A photograph of the right knee, and several of those pinkish reddish scrape marks around the right knee. Another photograph of the same injury, just taken further back, so you can see it relative to the rest of the leg above and below the knee area. And on this one, you can see another abrasion, that pinkish area on the left knee. And these are some scrape marks on the back or knuckle area of the right hand. And this is a photograph of the top of the right shoulder, showing those kind of reddish brownish areas are additional abrasions, scrape marks on top of the right shoulder. And this is on top of the left shoulder, showing another area
Thank you, Dr. Ross. I'm going to draw your attention to another diagram in your autopsy report labeled injuries at the top. If I could pass you, I know you have your report as well. Copy. As opposed to the one that we just discussed, does this one have more detail about injuries?
Yes, the previous diagram simply showed the locations of the injuries. In this diagram, we are including a description of the injuries, primarily that of size and coloration of the injury.
And is that what the notations, on several of these notations, there's numbers out to the side? Can you tell the jury what that?
Yes, those numbers refer to the dimensions or size of that injury in inches.
I want to ask you about one thing in the autopsy report. It says that it says that Mr. Nichols was 73 inches tall and weighed 209 pounds.
Correct.
If the information was that Mr. Nichols weighed much prior to Nichols, why he would weigh that amount?
Because of the amount of fluids administered to him medically during his hospitalization. The hospitalization records in most hospitalized cases, they keep a fairly accurate recording of the amount of fluids given to the body. Primarily, it's either fluids ingested, dietary fluids, but also includes intravenous fluids, IV fluids, blood products. And in this case with Mr. Nichols, basically all primarily intravascular fluids. I believe some blood products are also administered, but primarily intravenous fluids of some variety. And then they also measure output. And in this case, it's primarily urine, the amount of urine that occurred. And during his stay in the hospital, as I recall, the records showed that he had received approximately 25 and a half liters of fluid, but had only put out about 4 liters of fluid. So he's got an excess of 20 and a half liters of fluid in his body. So that's how much more fluid is retained by his body that was not excreted by the body. And that amount comes out to about 5.7 gallons, if I remember right. And in terms of weight, that amount of, if that is 5.7 gallons of water, is about 40 pounds. So it can explain why he has so much additional weight, because of all the fluid that he was administered but retained. And the reason he retained all that fluid is because he had a very low urine output during his hospitalization.
Thank you for that explanation. We discussed some of his external injuries. Dr. Ross, I'm going to move now to the internal examination. I want to focus primarily on what your findings were regarding the examination of the head and neck area.
Yes. What the internal examination of the head and neck showed was that there were some injuries of the what we call subscapular and subgaleal tissues. These refer to, on the scalp of the head, you have areas primarily just kind of underneath the skin. Those are the subscapular tissues. And then there's this layer of kind of more fibrous tissue that covers the skull, or between the skull and the skin. That's called the galea. And there was blood both underneath that galea layer as well as in the subscapular tissues. And we noted that in the left back of the head, the left occipital region, the left frontal or the left front part of the head, and also in the very extensive area of hemorrhage on the scalp tissues on the right side of the head. In addition to that, there was a muscle on each side of the head called the temporal muscle, and there was a hemorrhage within that muscle on the right side of the head. We then proceeded with an internal examination of the head, and looking at the brain, saw that there were areas of some contusion or bruising on the brain surfaces towards the front, sort of the left side, we'll call the left temporal cortex, and and then when we did examinations by making sections in the brain, we could see that there were injuries and hemorrhages inside the brain tissue. The most significant of which was a large area of tearing of the brain tissue on the left side of the brain that extended from near the surface of the brain on the outer left side and towards the front, and extending into the deeper structures of the brain on the left side, and a lot of hemorrhage associated with this actual tearing of the tissue. We also noted a smaller area of tearing on the right outer part of the brain as well, also with hemorrhage in that lesion. Then, as part of the examination of this, we also microscopically looked at the brain tissue and could see that in addition to these areas of hemorrhage that were occurring relating to the contusions or bruising on the surface of the brain, as well as the tearing of tissues on the more internal parts of the brain, we could see what is known as axonal injury. The axons are parts of the brain cells. The brain cells themselves or nerve cells are composed of a body of the cell, the main part of the cell being located in the brain, but then there are axons, which are these long processes that extend from the main part of the cell of a nerve and connect with other cells, other nerves, and down even into the spinal cord. So these axons are important for sending information from the main body of a nerve cell so that it can send an electrical signal or impulse to other nerve cells in other parts of the body. When there are injuries to those cells, you can disrupt those axons, and there are special stains we can use to look at those axons, and that is called axonal injury. He had evidence of axonal injury in multiple areas of his brain. And based upon the distribution of those axonal injuries, we can determine if it's primarily because of traumatic disruption of those axons, or sometimes those axons can be disrupted by a lack of blood flow to those areas, and that's called more of a vascular type of axonal injury, or it has a vascular pattern. Because of the lack of blood flow, you can also get some injury to the axons, but that has a different pattern. And then sometimes you just can't tell, and it's what's called an indeterminate. There were some areas of indeterminate pattern, but there were multiple areas of clear traumatic pattern of axonal injury, indicating that these axons had been disrupted because of the shear effect of traumatic forces being applied to the brain.
You talked about axonal injuries. When you discussed the hemorrhaging, but also the tears within the brain, I think in your report it's referred to as torsional injury.
It's a type of torsional injury. It's evidence of a torsional injury, which would mean to indicate that the brain itself is not entirely fixed within the head. It can shift because the brain is surrounded by a layer of fluid called cerebrospinal fluid, which allows the ability of the brain to shift around a little bit independently of your movement of the skull. But if your skull or head is forced to move in a manner very rapidly, the brain may have difficulty sort of catching up with that. And when it does, you get different forces that twist on that brain, and that actually tears on the brain tissue. And that's what's called torsional injury.
In your experience, Dr. Ross, when have you most commonly seen these types of torsional injuries where you have the twisting and the tearing of the brain within
experience, I've usually seen those kinds of injuries, like car accidents, for example, or people falling off of a height of some sort.
Can you explain to the jury why that would happen in a car accident?
Again, it's the power of the forces that's involved with the impact on the head. And a lot would have to do with the positioning of the head and where the motor vehicle might impact and how restrained an individual is and whether or not the head itself may impact or not with other parts of the vehicle or independently because of the forces of a motor vehicle.
After you completed the initial autopsy portion, and I mean the actual examination of external and internal organs of Mr. Nichols, as you described, was there some additional work that had to be done to make these determinations of the brain injuries?
Well, I mean, when we looked at the brain ourselves, we did also consult with a neuropathologist, Dr. Walker, in New York, and she looked over our case as well, looked at all of the photographs that we took of the case, as well as we sent her all of the microscopic slides that we had performed on this case. We sent to her for her interpretation.
Did you also, after completing the autopsy and conferring with the neuropathologist, did you view the video, any video in this case?
Yes.
And was that what we refer to as a sky cop video or pole cam video?
Yes, I believe so.
Your Honor, if I may show that video to Dr. Ross now. Dr. Ross, it takes a minute for the camera to get there. 29. Dr. Ross, is that video part of what you reviewed in preparing the autopsy in this case?
Yes.
What you see on that video, is that consistent with the injuries you found when you did the autopsy?
Yes, it is.
I want to talk a little bit and starting with the external injuries we discussed. You explained to the jury, you've seen some photographs, what you see on that video. Tell the jury what you saw on that video that's consistent with those injuries.
Primarily, all of the in blows that he received or from the other individuals. He received blows to the back, into the arms that would account for some of the bruising, as well as the areas of hemorrhaging that we saw deep in the muscular tissue during the autopsy. And then the impacts to the head, and both some kicking and fist punching of the head that caused direct impacting to the brain, which relieved bruising of the brain surfaces, as well as some of those blows did result in sort of these twisting maneuvers of the head that would have resulted in the torsional injuries that we saw in the brain.
Explain for the jury a little bit, we see that video, and I don't know in your review if you stopped there, did you watch the entire video? Or more than we just saw?
I think I watched the point up to where emergency medical services arrived on scene.
And if the video shows Mr. Nichols, well, let me start with this, Dr. Ross. What is the sort of chain of events, so to speak? You talked about these brain injuries as well as the injuries on his body from this trauma. What starts to happen physiologically within Mr. Nichols' body after he sustains these blows?
Due to the injuries to the brain that were sustained, the brain itself responds by beginning to swell. Swelling is a normal tissue response to injury. Example, you bump yourself and you get a bruise really hard, and that area of skin and tissue around it can swell some. Well, the brain itself swells. The problem with the brain swelling is that it's swelling inside the skull, which itself cannot expand. So when the brain tissue swells inside the skull, there's increased blood pressure, increased pressure in the tissues of the brain. And what happens because of that increased tissue pressure inside the brain, it can affect the blood flow in the brain. And it can that pressure itself can sort of squeeze down on some of the blood vessels. And so you actually get a loss of blood supply to certain areas of the brain. And the areas of the brain that can be affected by this include areas of the brain that can affect and control heart rate and breathing. And so head injuries such as this with swelling can lead to a cardiopulmonary arrest, which is what occurred in Mr. Nichols' case. He was transported to the hospital, and with resuscitation measures, they were able to resuscitate him to the point where his heart activity returned, but there was persistent brain injury. He remained comatose during that, even after resuscitation. There was some activity that made them concerned that he might be having a little bit of seizure activity. They used seizure medications, but subsequently, over the next few days, he progressed to the point where they determined that he no longer had any brain activity and was pronounced brain dead.
Typically, as part of an autopsy, is toxicology a part of that?
Yes.
And in this case, are there toxicology reports for Mr. Nichols?
Yes, there are.
Are there more than one?
Yes, there is.
When and what is
We collect samples of fluids, primarily urine if it's available, blood, and even vitreous fluid, which is a type of fluid from the eye, and we will send those to an outside laboratory for analysis. In addition, in a case such as this, or anybody who's been in the hospital, we try to also collect some samples near or around the time of hospital admission, also for testing if needed.
And I should have started with this, Dr. Ross. When we say toxicology, tell the jury what that means.
Toxicology testing involves the laboratory testing blood, fluid, and tissue samples for the presence of drugs, poisons, and other substances in the body.
What, if any, substances did Mr. Nichols test positive for?
The toxicology results revealed that there was ethanol that was detected, alcohol, also caffeine, nicotine, naloxone, also known as Narcan, which had been administered by EMS, lorazepam, which is a benzodiazepine Valium type drug, and levetiracetam, which is an anti-seizure drug. Both of those drugs were administered in the hospital because of concerns about possible seizure activity as a result of the brain injury. The testing also revealed the presence of cannabinoids or marijuana products, to include delta-9 carboxy THC, which is a breakdown product, and also delta-9 THC, which is the active ingredient of marijuana.
Thank you, Dr. Ross. I want to go now to what were specifically, we've talked about a lot of these, but per the autopsy report, what specifically were the pathological diagnoses in this case for Mr. Nichols?
The pathological diagnoses included blunt force injuries of the head and neck, which in that category included multiple cortical contusions, that is, contusions or bruising on the surface of the brain, as well as rotational or torsional injury of the brain manifested by the hemorrhagic tears and the axonal injury of the brain. Also cerebral edema or swelling of the brain, and acute hypoxic ischemic changes of the brain, meaning the lack of oxygenation of certain areas of the brain due to swelling of the brain. That's what hypoxic ischemic refers to. The subscalpular and subgaleal hemorrhages of the scalp, and abrasions and contusions on the face and scalp. In addition, there were blunt force injuries of the torso of the body, which included abrasions and contusions, as previously discussed, and some intramuscular hemorrhages of the chest and the back. There were also blunt force injuries of the extremities, again, with multiple abrasions and contusions, in areas of diffuse intramuscular hemorrhages of the extremities. There was also the typical sequelae that we see after an individual who has had a cardiac arrest and then resuscitated, depending upon how long there has been a loss of blood flow to certain organs and structures. You can see the result of some type of organ damage from that. And in this case, there was hepatic necrosis, meaning within the liver, there were areas of necrosis or damage to the liver tissue that had resulted from a lack of blood flow during to the liver during the cardiac arrest. In addition, there was pulmonary edema or excess fluid in the lungs, which can have multiple causes, including a resuscitation phenomenon after cardiac arrest.
I'm going to pause you there and take your attention back to an open-ended question regarding the toxicology. You mentioned a number of substances, some of them the jury obviously familiar with, caffeine, nicotine, alcohol. What was Mr. Nichols' alcohol level?
The alcohol level that we measured in a blood sample collected shortly after admission was 49 milligrams per deciliter, which is a 0.049 on the breathalyzer scale.
0.049. When was that sample taken?
That was a sample that was collected at 11 p.m. on the evening of January 7th.
The subsequent toxicology results, did they show any alcohol?
There was actually the first sample that we had requested to be tested, which was actually a sample that was collected later, a few hours later, showed no alcohol in the blood. And that's to be expected after a certain time period. The alcohol does degrade or metabolize away.
The THC that is positive on that toxicology report, what were the levels of that?
The level of the delta 9 or active ingredient of THC is 3.5 nanograms per milliliter, and the delta 9 carboxy THC, which is a breakdown product or an inactive metabolite of marijuana, was 47 nanograms per milliliter.
And can you make any determinations, or what does that tell you?
Well, those are the kinds of levels that one might see with typical recreational use of marijuana in terms of its effects. It can be quite variable depending upon a person's use of the drug in the past.
I want to draw your attention back to the pathological diagnoses and talking about sort of that chain of events that you mentioned earlier that would be happening in Mr. Nichols' body after he received the injuries we saw in that video. And you mentioned that he did have a cardiac arrest on the scene. How quickly do all of those that chain of events start happening after injuries of this nature?
Well, with the injury to the brain, it can be quite variable from individual to individual, depending upon the degree of initial injury to the brain, excuse me, and how much that can affect the areas that particularly may have some impact on respiration or breathing and cardiac activity. So there's a lot of variables that go into how quickly brain injury can result in cardiac arrest. In some cases, it can be virtually instantaneous. In other cases, it may take hours to get to that point. Once the cardiac arrest occurs and there's a lack of blood flow, then that further injures other areas almost immediately, such as in his case, if it's a superimposed already on pre-existing injury of the brain, as well as impacting the liver and particularly the kidneys in his case as well. That's one of the reasons why he had such a low urine output during his hospitalization, is because of what's called acute renal failure, or kidneys were shutting down because they had been injured as a result of lack of blood flow during the time of the cardiac arrest.
And so because we do know that he went into cardiac arrest on the scene, we do sort of have a timeline for what happened to Mr. Nichols. And then, as you mentioned, the next thing that starts to happen within the body is organ failure. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
What effect, if any, you described how those brain injuries begin to cause that chain of events. What effect, if any, do these other injuries, the blunt force injuries on the torso, or the blunt force injuries on his extremities, what impact, if any, do those injuries have on what's going on?
Well, there are two impacts. Number one, there's hemorrhage into those tissues. So it's basically an effective loss of blood volume from what would normally be circulating and providing adequate oxygenation to his other tissues. In addition to that, when there's injury to muscular tissues, you get breakdown of that muscle tissue. It's called rhabdomyolysis, which releases a number of factors from the muscular tissues into the bloodstream. And those eventually get filtered out by the kidney, and that can be another factor that also contributes to kidney shutdown or renal failure when these substances that are kind of leaked out of the muscular tissues get into the kidney.
Dr. Ross, based on your findings in this autopsy report, ultimately, what was the cause of death?
The cause of death was certified as blunt force injuries of the head.
What was the manner of death?
The manner of death was certified as a homicide.
Hold on, please, Your Honor.
Yes,
I'll pass the witness.
ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a brief recess at this time, allow you all to step out, and then we'll proceed with the cross-examination of Dr. Ross. We'll go ahead and excuse the jury. Jury's exited the courtroom. We're going to stand at recess 15 minutes. If y'all can be back at 11:05.
Court is recess, 11:05.
Oh, yeah, I looked up.
moments ago, you were asked questions regarding the videos that you have viewed in your work in this case.
Yes.
And did you only look at the Skycam video, or did you look at body worn cameras?
Just the Skype.
And also, you were asked questions regarding, or you gave testimony regarding testing that's done when a person enters the hospital, correct, for substances. And can you tell me again how that testing occurred?
Well, the testing is done on blood that we collect at autopsy and blood that is provided to us by the hospital after an individual dies. The hospital itself, I don't believe in any drug testing, although they may have. I'm not aware of it. But the testing that we did, we collect those samples and we send them to a laboratory in Pennsylvania called National Medical Services, and they're the ones who actually do the testing.
You all performed, did you test for a substance called psilocybin?
Yes, that's included in the panel of drugs that we asked them to test for.
And that was tested based off of the sample that you received?
Both samples we collected at autopsy as well as samples that we received from the hospital.
And what was the earliest sample time that you would have received?
The sample of blood that we received a blood sample at that was labeled as being 9:37 on January 7th, 9:37 p.m. that is. Another blood sample labeled at 11:02 p.m. also on January 7th. A urine sample from 11:02 on January 7th, and another blood sample from 2 o'clock in the morning on January 8th. Those were the samples that we received from the hospital.
And can you tell the jury which of those samples was tested for psilocybin?
The sample that was tested we tested two samples. We tested the sample that was collected on January 8th at 2 a.m. And we also tested the urine that was collected on January 7th at 11:02 p.m.
And based off of your knowledge, psilocybin is a faster dissipating sample, in other words, than THC, correct?
It might be. I honestly don't know the answer to that question, but even if it's cleared more rapidly from the blood, it should have been present in the urine.
And the urine would have been 3 hours later.
The urine was
3 hours after.
collected, but that's urine that's from blood that has been circulating through the body for the previous several hours, most likely.
No further questions.
Dr. Ross, I want to ask you some questions about what I believe is Exhibit 25. Yes, Exhibit 25. These were the photographs of the injuries to Mr. Nichols' body that you looked at previously, correct?
Yes.
And in looking at these are healing wounds, would you say?
Well, they're in early stages of healing. There's some scab formation on the outer edges of it, or some drying that's occurring.
And as a physician, you can look at something like this and have some sort of rough idea of how old or when that wound would have been. Correct?
You can make some general observations about it, yes.
So if your examination took place, I think, was it the 11th of January?
Yes.
Then, and the incident occurred the 7th of January. That would be 4 days ago. Would that look to you like a wound in about its 4th day of healing?
It would be consistent with it, yes.
And same thing before this wound on the knee. Would that be consistent with that 4th day of healing?
It would, yes.
And this one on the elbow, would that be consistent with that 4th day of healing?
Yes, it would.
Now, one of the pictures though was of a cracked tooth. You
Yes.
recall looking at that one. can you look at that cracked tooth, as a physician and tell when that tooth was cracked?
No, I cannot.
Could have been a week before, could have been a month.
Yes.
Now, my guess is, if I ask you what the cause of death was in this case, your answer would be homicide, correct?
That's the manner of death.
That's the manner of death. So the cause of death would have been the mechanics that caused the death to come about.
Yes.
Would that be a fairly accurate way of saying?
Yeah, the cause of death is the physiologic process or the disease process of the body that leads to the death itself.
And so the first step in the cause of death in Mr. Nichols' case was the trauma to his head, correct?
Correct.
And you reviewed that video some time ago, and you watched it again today.
Yes.
And you saw the force of those blows to his head, correct?
Correct.
And the amount of trauma that you observed once you went into the brain, that be consistent with the severity of those blows.
Yes, it would be.
And so that's the step in the process, is that trauma causes the brain to swell, the brain tissue to swell.
Yes.
And then what happens is the swelling cuts off or restricts, if you will, the blood flow.
Yes, there's restriction of blood flow to some areas of the brain because of swelling.
And the important part about the restriction of the blood flow is the blood contains oxygen,
Yes.
correct? And oxygen is what these various organs of the body need in order to survive, correct?
Correct.
And so what you had was a lack of oxygen, and then that caused organ after organ to fail, correct?
Correct.
And the only cause of death was the blows to the brain. Is that correct?
Correct.
I believe that's all the questions I have.
Yes. Dr. Ross, you know, you and I talked this morning and you told me, I think quite emphatically, you leave issues of toxicology to the toxicologist. Remember I asked you some questions
Generally
today?
speaking, that's true.
But then I heard testimony about toxicology, so I thought I'd follow up with you.
Sure.
Now, when it comes to the blood and urine drawn by the hospital, I believe that's St. Francis Hospital, is that right?
That's correct.
That'd be the emergency room department, right?
Either emergency room or the ICU or wherever he was at the time.
St. Francis, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was not part of a criminal investigation, it was part of giving treatment to this patient that came in, is that right?
Correct.
And so the blood and urine drawn was just for purposes of them to analyze it and provide medical treatment, correct?
That is correct.
And that was on January 7th.
Yes.
Then, after Mr. Nichols unfortunately passed away, which I think is on the 10th, the law enforcement then sought from the medical provider any blood or urine that they might have left over for medical treatment. Is that a fair statement?
I don't know if law enforcement did. I know that we requested it. Our office did. But I don't know if law enforcement did.
Look in your file there and see what date you requested blood and urine.
It doesn't appear to be documented in the records that I have as to when we requested that.
So what does that tell us?
That it's not in the records that I have here, but there's probably other documentation either in the file or in email records that we, or even a phone call that we may have made to the hospital requesting those samples.
Is it important when in your field of pathology that if you're going to have analyzed blood or urine, that blood and urine sample be, for lack of a better word, fresh?
As long as it's refrigerated.
Well, I don't want to split hairs with you. It has to be preserved, is that right?
Yes,
Just like my loaf of bread needs to be preserved, right?
correct.
Because what happens if it's not preserved?
It can begin to break down.
And degrade.
Yes,
And the analysis of it, or the levels of different things in there would dissipate it, is that right?
depends on the drugs that are being tested for.
And in this case, you have nothing that you're prepared to come and testify in court today, whether or not the hospital preserved that blood or urine, do you?
I don't know the conditions under which the hospital stored those samples. That is correct.
And if they're not law enforcement, they would not be preserving it for you. They're trying to treat the patient, right?
They are trying to treat the patient. Correct.
Then, on January 11th, I believe the record will reflect, the TBI inventoried Mr. Nichols's car. You don't know about that, but that's already been in the record. We can assume that you did not test blood and urine for what Mr. Perry asked you about, psilocybin.
We didn't specifically request that, but what we requested was called an expanded panel. And the expanded panel that the laboratory runs includes psilocybin.
And now you get to the point I was going to have. The expanded panel wasn't asked for by your office. The expanded panel that would search for psilocybin was not asked for until after the inventory of the Tyre Nicols car, which occurred on January 11th.
Now, may we approach?
Master C. Let's back into it another way. When did you open your file at the West Tennessee Forensic Pathology, whatever it is you're in charge of? When was that file?
The file was created when the case was reported to us by the hospital.
But the autopsy was not performed till when?
The following day,
Okay. The whole autopsy was performed the following day.
on the 11th.
Okay. So, can we at least assume that you did not have the blood and urine of Tyre Nicols before January 11th?
That is correct.
When was your autopsy completed?
It was completed on the early afternoon of January 11th.
When was the final autopsy, as you called it, certified? When was the final certified copy of the autopsy published?
The report was signed on April 25 of 2023.
4 months later.
About 3.5 months, yes.
Okay, don't want to split hairs. All right, 4 months later, 3.5 months later. Now, have a moment with. I don't have anything further, John. All right, redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor. You had some questions there on cross-examination about a substance called psilocybin.
Yes.
What is that?
That is a substance present in a certain variety of mushrooms. It's a hallucinogen.
You were asked about blood samples or urine samples from the hospital. In your everyday duties under Ross, is that part of autopsies, obtaining those samples from a hospital? When a patient comes to you from hospital treatment, does that happen in the normal course of business?
Yes, that's standard practice. And what we did in this case is what we do in every other case that we get from the hospital.
Thank you. Nothing further.
those are all questions. So, yeah. We are going to discuss some things, and we will bring you all back as soon as we can get you back in here to discuss further. All right, so we'll go ahead and excuse the. The state having rested their case, is there any motion that we need to address first?
Motion, but I would like to have a slight break so that I can go through some of those and make that motion to the court.
Not a problem. So we will go ahead with the state not having arrested their case. We will go ahead and take a recess to allow the attorneys to contact their witnesses and see where we are scheduling for defense.
Yo, yo. So, what? All I like, I want to say right now. Oh shit, my I keep finding myself randomly bursting out singing this song. I was doing it the other day, and now just seems to be as good as time as any to bust out with the song that I can't get off my head. What the hell? What the helly? What the hell? What the hell, Leontay? What you say? I don't know, but what the hell just happened? Bro, how long how long they had to play in this case? Wait, they coming back? Oh, they going off. Oh, okay, so there's a note. You silly. There's a note and it says the state has rested its case. We are in recess so that the defense attorneys may contact witnesses unsure of expected return time. So basically, the state rested their case today, which was apparently a surprise to everybody, and the defense is not ready to go because they weren't expecting it. So now they have to go and scramble up their witnesses and really scramble up their notes and I mean their case and stuff and start their case in chief. Like all of it, like their stuff that they're gonna present, oh that shit's probably at the office. You know what I'm saying? Like they have to carry. They don't have they're not in an office, they're in a courtroom. They don't have that much space. Like remember in YSL trial, Adrian kept rolling that damn cart back and forth in with all her materials. Like so what they have in court with them now is stuff that they plan to cross on. So their case stuff is at the office. Um, that's crazy because it is. I'm just reading like the gauge where people are like a lot. Some people are kind of saying the same thing. Like that's it. Like that's all they got. Like they didn't have anything else lined up. And then there are other people that are like they don't need anything else. They did enough. They put what I'm saying. There's some people who think they proved their case. There's some people who are just like, what? Um, the advantage that this gives, well, I don't know. It could be an advantage or a disadvantage. Like it could be either this is gonna fuck up the defense because they're scrambling, they're not prepared, they're not ready. I'm sure they knew that it was coming. I mean, they had to know it was coming, right? Soon, so they can't be that far off base. But I don't think you can. I mean, clearly they weren't ready for today. They weren't ready for it to be today. So clearly something happened. Like maybe I don't know. Maybe a witness didn't show up. A witness backed out. Something happened. I don't see that this was like they knew it was the last witness. Is what you're saying? 'Cause I'm regarding that. One of them looked surprised as hell to me. it was things that we didn't get to find out about. Like they should have. I wanted them to dig more into the whole text message thing because they were sending pictures out of Tyre like to other people other than other cops. Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like I'm sure the defense had to known that it was coming because you have to, they have to know something. But yeah, they definitely didn't expect it today. Something happened to where the state had to rest today. I just don't think that. I don't think they did enough. I mean, yes, these boys gonna get convicted just because of the social parameters around it. There's gonna be a conviction, even if the conviction is for appearance. And what I mean by that is, as we all know, there can be a conviction, and um, the punishment doesn't match the crime. I'm actually like dead in the middle of posting a video right now basically about the same thing. A South Carolina deputy was speeding to get to a call, a non-emergency call, like nobody was hurt. It wasn't anything that she needed to, you know, kill anybody to get to, but she ran a stop sign and she ran into a car filled with three beautiful black women and she killed all three of them. And she just got convicted last week. Great. Wonderful. Everybody was happy. This was in Charleston, South Carolina, too. So, I mean, when South Carolina racist traits run deep as anybody else's in the South. But when it came time for sentencing, the judge sentenced the deputy to 5 years with 2 on probation. So essentially, she is going to serve 3 years in prison. And she killed 3 beautiful black women in a vehicular crash that was testified to, that she didn't have to, like, she ran a stop sign. She ran it was a stop sign, a stoplight, something like that. But she ran it and she was speeding very fast. And it wasn't like the call she was getting to was a heart attack, a baby not breathing, a fire or some shit like that. Like, I forget what the call was, but I'm in the middle of posting it anyway. But like, my point is, we all know that these cops can get convicted and then their punishment not match the crime. So I feel like these boys are gonna get convicted just because, like I said, the social parameters around it, social justice, I think is what I'm looking for. If these boys get found not guilty, it is going to start a uprising. There are going to be protests. There are going to be, you know what I'm saying? People are going to be angry. People are going to be angry. And one thing that Memphis does not need is a race war. Memphis has a war going on with fucking Memphis right now. I'm in the middle of posting a video about that right now too. Memphis is in the war right now with Memphis. They are killing them damn selves daily. The story I'm about to post is about 2 black boys, 2 high school students got killed just outside of the school, walking home from school the other day. Like 15 and 16 or some shit like that. We ain't heard nothing about that. That's why I keep posting them stories like that, because we don't be hearing about shit that be happening to our people. But I mean, it's fucked up. If it was like 2 white boys, it should be all over the news. I mean, it is what it is. But Memphis does not need protests and the shit that's gonna come with if they get found not guilty. If they get found not guilty and so where was it that what's his name, George Floyd died at? Minneapolis? I think it was Minneapolis. And even with Ferguson, some Black Lives Matter shit, because that's what it's gonna be. Even though these officers are black, they still they cops or whatever. If they get found not guilty for whatever reason, it is gonna start the whole Black Lives Matter thing all over again. And like I said, Memphis is just one city that just don't need that shit. Like they don't need it. So I think they're gonna get found guilty, like I said, just off the strength. But the question comes in is what is their punishment gonna be? I didn't really follow the federal leg of this too hard. So I don't know what happened in the federal trial. Like, wait, let me just Google it real quick. Okay, so in their federal trial, and the article that I'm reading was written October 3rd, 2024, and this is posted on the justice.gov, the DOJ website. So this is as official as it gets. Following a trial that lasted nearly 4 weeks, a federal jury in Memphis, Tennessee found three former Memphis Police Department officers guilty of federal felonies related to the death of Tyre Nicols. All three Memphis Police Department officers were convicted of felonies for their role in Nichols' death. Blah blah blah. They joined two additional former officers who already pled guilty. With these convictions, all five of the former officers involved in the death of Mr. Nichols have been convicted of federal felonies. This doesn't tell me. Because them keep saying federal felonies. Okay, so former officer Demetrius Haley was found to have deprived Nichols of his constitutional right to be free from an officer's unreasonable force when he and two other officers, Emmett Martin and Desmond Mills Jr., unlawfully assaulted Nichols and willfully failed to intervene to stop his co-defendants from using force. The jury found that Haley's conduct resulted in bodily injury to Nichols. The jury also found that Haley deprived Nichols of his constitutional right to be free from an officer's deliberate indifference to his serious medical needs, resulting in his bodily injury. Defendants Martin and Mills previously pled guilty of using unreasonable force, resulting in his death. The jury also convicted Haley of conspiring to commit witness tampering. The jury convicted Tadarius Bean and Justin Smith for their effort to cover up the use of excessive force against Nichols by omitting material information and providing misleading and false statements to the MPD lieutenant and detective who was writing the report. Evidence presented at trial established that Haley assaulted Nichols after a traffic stop. Martin initiated the traffic stop, and Haley and another officer subsequently arrived at the stop. Is Haley Rock? Is Haley the one that was on the stand yesterday? When Nichols was on the ground, Haley pepper sprayed. Okay, yeah, so it was the one from yesterday. Guess we back. But yeah, it was the one from yesterday. Haley sprayed Nichols, and another officer tased him. At which point Nichols fled. So they weren't. So basically, they weren't charged. They weren't convicted of murder. They were convicted of other felonies that led to his death, but they weren't convicted of murder in the federal trial. I was just trying to get what their sentence was. This is a very well written document. Okay, wait. Oh no, it just says it was coming up. It don't say it was. I went for their sentences. Man, I bet Judge got all the hoes. I bet Judge got all the hoes. I bet Judge got all the damn court reporters. He done smashed at least two. He done smashed at least two court reporters out the gate. And that's just court reporters. I bet he done smashed even more lawyers. I can put money on that one. Cause them lawyers be fucking like a motherfucker. My cousin a lawyer, he told me all about it. Them lawyers be fucking like a motherfucker. Just like them doctors and nurses be fucking like hell at the hospital. Yeah, Judge Wayans. I bet Judge Wayans be slanging judicial dangling all around that courtroom. Okay. What happened? Yeah, everybody is talking about Tyre dating one of them boys' exes. That shit cannot be. I knew they was about to do that. That shit cannot be a coincidence. It can't be made up. It can't be that fucking made up that everybody is saying it. This computer's so fucking slow. Slamming the gavel. Come sit on my scales of justice. He looked like it though. The if Judge Wayans is a Kappa, he a hoe. He a hoe. Period. Not up for discussion. If he plays the fraternity and he is a Kappa Alpha Psi, that's the red and white ones. Oh, he's slinging judicial dingling and got a whole family across town. I'm talking about big house, 4 kids, 2 dogs, beautiful wife, 3-car garage type family cross town. You know what I'm saying? And he's still. He probably got an apartment downtown by the courthouse. He tell his wife, you know what I'm saying? I got to keep this apartment. I got to keep an apartment close by downtown. You know what I'm saying? Just in case I need to be near the courthouse, because I guarantee, because a judge is not living dead in Memphis. Hell no. A judge and the lawyers, for that matter, they living on the outskirts of Memphis, out the gate. Ain't no way in the hell I'm living in Memphis, and I even got a sprinkle of money. Hell no. So Judge probably told his wife, look, I gotta keep this apartment downtown so I can have, you know what I'm saying, be close to the office if I need to be. You know what I'm saying? He probably making most of the money. I can't say that. She might be doing her own thing, but he probably making most of the money. So, you know what I'm saying? She can't say nothing anyway. So it's like, okay, whatever. And you know what I'm saying? That apartment that he got by the office be put to use. I'm not even making this shit up. I'm telling you, my first cousin, not my cousin down the line, or my cousin like, you know, I don't see every now and then. No, my cousin is now a superior judge, and he was a lawyer. This is coming from the source. What I'm saying is coming from the source. Like, man, and he a Kappa. And he a hoe. He my cousin, but I mean, it is what it is. Like, bro straight told me, like, because they built like a big house out in the country. I mean, it ain't a big house. It really ain't a big house. It's a big yard though. But they built a nice house out in the country and shit. And I think, you know, his wife wanted, you know what I'm saying, pool and everything, but his wife wanted another baby or whatever, and he didn't really want another baby. Man, I think it was between a pool and a baby. They got both them motherfuckers now. But basically, his thing was, look, I'm bringing home all the money. You get everything you want. The kids get what they need. They get everything they want. The house is taken care of. I'm a judge now, for Christ's sake. Let me cheat in peace, please. He basically told me, as long as he's taking care of home, she better shut the fuck up. Those were actually his exact words. I was trying to make it sound nice. He said, as long as I'm taking care of home, she better shut the fuck up. That's really how niggas think, though. I don't know what's going on with this. It's white people in the chat. The chat of the original stream. There's white people in the chat like, oh my god, I didn't know stuff like this really happens. As if black people just been walking around lying this whole time. Like, they don't be believing it. Like black people just be walking around lying about the police. Like, it's crazy. Oh, there's another update. So now we are in lunch. Court is expected to resume at 1:30. Defense attorneys will be presenting their cases. All right, guys, 1:30. I've advertised that I'm live right now on TikTok. So who knows? What the hell? What the helly? Like, really, when I first heard that song, even now, really, that song is stupid. It just got stuck in my head the other day. I'm like, bro, really blowing up. And low key, this song is trash. But be how it go though. I wish I could cover the Diddy trial. It's just that because the Diddy trial is federal, it ain't televised. Like, I could cover it as far as like going over what the people who are gonna be in court, what they said happened. I can cover it as far as that, but it's not televised. So that Diddy's trial starts in like 2 weeks. I think it's May. I think jury selection starts May 5th. I think. Diddy's trial is going to be interesting because the new update is Diddy is now claiming that he was mentally insane or not mentally well at the time he was committing crimes. Basically, he was saying that when he was having these freak offs and when he was whipping these bitches' asses up and down from here to yonder, he was basically saying that because he was high, he lacked mental capacity to know right from wrong. I'm not even bullshitting. It's like, that's what his lawyer wrote in the documents. That because he was high, he was therefore not mentally stable to know right from wrong when he was committing those crimes. So when he was putting things in people's drinks to incapacitate them, to have freak offs that lasted for what I heard days. The freak offs lasted for days to the point that after the freak offs were over, he had a personal doctor come and give people IV drips so they can, because they are fucking dehydrated from all the drugs and alcohol that they've consumed and cum that they've consumed over the past 76 hours, whatever. Look, let me tell you something. I like to have a good time just as much as anybody. I don't want to party so hard to the point I need an IV drip the next day. I don't. I'm sorry. I've passed that time in my life. Call me lame, call me boring, call me whatever the fuck you want. I have passed that time in my life. I do not want to party so hard that I need an IV drip the next day. Fuck it. Take me home. I don't give a fuck. Take me the fuck home. I don't want to be here no way. Nope. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. But seriously, you party. You got. That's a lot of. That's a lot of. That's hard. That's a lot of shit that you got to have if you gotta have an IV drip just to get back right. You did too much. You did too much. If you wanted a sign that you did too much, that's the sign you did too much. But anyway, he was saying that because he was high, he lacked the mental capacity to not do the shit he did. We all know that's bullshit. The judge knows it's bullshit. The jury's gonna know it's bullshit. His lawyers knew it was bullshit when they wrote it. They just had to try, I guess, because how can you say, and he literally said because he was high, because of the drugs and stuff that he was under. But that doesn't make you exculpatory against punishment though. Like if you go and commit crimes while you're high, you're not responsible for those crimes because you were high. That would mean we need to let every drunk driver that's in prison out of jail right now. We are doing them a disservice. We are broken the law according to P. Diddy. No, if you commit a crime while you're under the influence, you are still responsible for said crime, sir. Didn't nobody say you get fucked up? Like. This is your $1 million defense, literally, because you're paying these lawyers out the ass. This is your $1 million defense, is that you were high. You knocked Cassie's ass from here to high heaven because you were high. Allegedly, you was poking Usher and Bieber in the booty because you were high. Allegedly, you were poking some little boys in the booty because you were high, sir. I'll wrap this up, Sean. Wrap this up, Sean. Wrap this up. You're basically saying, yeah, I did it, but I was high. He's basically telling us he's basically admitting to it. You saying that your defense now is you weren't in the mental whatever. Basically, it's like an insanity plea. You're basically saying, yeah, I did it, but I was high. My bad. So, you know how this is going to go. You asked me, Diddy's trial is a formality. You know what would be crazy if that nigga get off? What would be crazy is if that nigga get off. But I think they got way too many. They got way too many real, live, in person, walking and talking witnesses for him to just get off. Like, this isn't a case where it's like forensic evidence. Like, there's no DNA. There's no cum stained dress or sheets or whatever. Like, Only, I mean, it's the video of Cassie, but as far as the alleged sex crimes, like, it's basically witness testimony. But I wonder what his kids are gonna do when he goes to prison, because they didn't have to plan. Diddy's kids never planned on working. They didn't. Diddy's kids never planned on having to get a job. I know one of them's supposed to rap or something, but name a song. No, I wasn't talking. I stopped talking because I didn't have anything else to say. Watching TikTok right now.
Hey, how you doing, man? Hey, twin, you straight? You don't know how to talk, twin? Type shit, type shit. Hey, you know, we're finna get ready to have a group twin, so if you wanna, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm
Get your
good for
shit
that.
together so we can do group twin, and you know what I'm saying?
Trying to
Get
do
you ready,
better.
twin. So you just gonna sit there and eat them crackers like
I
that,
gotta
twin?
go live more, but
Type shit.
I be having too much stuff to do. Like the other app. Okay, so I'm gonna send you the link to the other app that I'm on for real. I'm gonna send it. I just ain't been on that motherfucker in like shit, probably like three and a half weeks now. I know that my quote unquote boss is like not happy with me, but I just ain't been on that motherfucker. That's all. But I'm gonna give it to you though, because I need to get on there. Cause I made decent money. I was already making decent money. Like it wasn't like a lot, but it was more than what I made the whole time I was on TikTok. But anyway, I ain't slacked off from that shit. Like I just be having too much to do. Like, but the good thing about that one is like you can go live over there and be doing nothing. Like we just be live washing dishes and sleep. Like I mean, you just gotta be live. Like so it's easy. I can just because a lot of times I do like when I go live on the other app that I host on. Like I be having. I guess you can't call it movie night because I ain't never done no movie, but I would watch Raising Canaan. Like I would go live Monday morning and just go live and I was like turn my camera to the TV and watch TV, like go live and watch TV, movie nights and shit like that. The stuff that's not allowed on TikTok. Motherfuckers be having smoke sessions and everything. I like it. I just ain't been up there. Somebody did something to piss me off, and I don't think that they are gonna hear this. So I guess I can tell you about it. Okay, so tell me if I am wrong for feeling the way, and don't just agree with me because you know it's me. Tell me if I'm wrong for feeling some kind of way. So the app is like this, like so when I got up there, I got approached. So the app has what's called families and agencies. Like you can become a part of an agency. If you're a part of an agency, essentially you work like this is like almost like a job. And it's if you're a part of the bonus program, that's where you have to go live at least an hour and a half a day in order to get your bonus. So as long as you go live an hour and a half a day and you get it's like a chart they give you. You get a certain amount of gifts or coins for that month, then the app pays you a bonus. So like I got a number that I'm supposed to hit by the end of April. Fuck man, today was the last day of April. I got a number I'm supposed to hit the last day of April or whatever. And if I hit that number, the app will then pay me an additional $200 for hitting that number, and then it goes up. There's a chart or whatever. It goes up, and then so you get that's the bonus program. You get bonuses for just going live or whatever. So I am a part of the agency. I am a part of the bonus program. So basically when I got on the app, I was approached by somebody to be in their agency. I didn't know the person. they just seemed like they had good vibes. I went for it. I honestly, I really didn't like I didn't really take the time I probably should have taken to pick the right. I'm just saying I kind of jumped into it, put it like that. But anyway, and I'm not even saying it in a bad way. I'm just saying I probably should have just observed a little more. But anyway, so essentially, the person who approached me to be a part of his agency is essentially my boss or whatever. My man, the app is called manager. He's my manager or whatever. And basically, all that means is that he the one that brought me on or whatever. Like, this is his agency. You can have when you get the app, you basically can make your own agency. And so being a part of an agency is, like I said, you get the bonus program. But on top of that, because you are a part of this agency, you get help meeting those. You get help. How can I put this? You get help getting the stuff you need to meet the number you need to get the bonus. So like, okay, so because I'm a part of this agency, every time I go live, well, damn near every time I go live, maybe not all the time, if he's there or anybody in my agency is on live or around, they'll just come into my room and just throw me gifts just because we're basically a team. So the team wants to see the team, you know. So we're basically a part of a team. So like, say you were live and you were in my agency. If I would just got a notification, hey, that you were live, I would just come in your room, say what's up, throw you some gifts, holler at you for a minute, and then just dip out. That's what my manager does or whatever. And it helps you get to the number to where you need to be. Anyway, there's also something called family, which is basically the same thing, but you don't have like the requirements or whatever. You just basically, that is what it is. You're a part of a family. Like, so let's just say our little YSL chat we had, that would be our family. And the app has contests with agencies. So the app has contests. Whatever family, made the most money that month, they get a bonus. Whatever agency made the most money, they get a bonus. And you're competing with other families and other agencies. So your team is really like, that's supposed to be your team. This is supposed to be your team, like your partners or whatever. And y'all are making money off of each other. So with the manager thing, my manager makes 15% of everything I make. So every time somebody gives me a gift, my manager makes 15% off of that from the app. The app pays him that or whatever, because this is his agency. So same thing for if I were to start an agency, which I was or am going to do. So this is what I want you to tell me if I'm wrong about. So I put my homegirl on. My homegirl I went to school with. I was telling her about the app, and I knew there was a link, like a specialized link that I needed to give her. But at the time that I was on live and I wanted her to get on, at the time I could not find the link. So I ended up just sending her the link to the app from the little Play Store for her to download it. But it wasn't my personalized link. Like, it wasn't my referral link that I gave her. I found the link the next day. Like, she came on and like, she made an account and came on, and we went live that night, had a good time, blah, blah, blah. The next day I found the link and I texted her and I was like, hey, I just found my referral link that I was supposed to give you. Like, I understand if you don't want to make a new page, a whole new page, but here, contact, because they got like so you can, even if I don't give you my referral, like, you can contact the little support and say, hey, this is the person who put me on, and they will put you, under me, basically. And so I told her to do that, and I told her how to do it or whatever. Okay, cool. And mind you, like I said, she had only been up there that one day, didn't even make anything really, like, ain't made no friend, like nothing. It was, if she wanted to make another account, it would have been nothing. Fine. I actually didn't even press it or think about it after that. Some weeks went by. She don't really get up there. Like, I was getting up there every day because I mean, she wasn't even a part of a bonus program or nothing like that. So I was up there every day making my money. She wasn't doing it like that or whatever. But she would come up every now and again. Like, every now and again, she would come on or whatever. Cool. Still, I actually forgot that I had told her to do that. I'm about to tell you where I remembered. So one day, I'm personable, like I'm cool. So I had then already made some friends up there, got a whole crew, like we be having like a panel and all that shit. I had to introduce her to my little app friends or whatever. She got us some money off my little app friends, all kind of shit. So one day I just happened to click on her profile. And I click on her profile, and let me just say, at this point, I have not officially started my own agency or family or nothing, but I have been talking to her about it. As a matter of fact, the day before, or a couple of days before, I had clicked on her profile. We were talking about what the agency name should be. Like, we was brainstorming what the name should be and shit. Like, she was helping me with it. So anyway, I clicked on her profile. And I see that she has joined somebody else's. And I felt the way. And like I said, I felt the way because, number one, I'm the one that put you on. So if anybody, like, I'm the one that put you on, number one. Number two, like I said, your manager makes 15% of what you make. Why wouldn't you want to get money with me, your homegirl? Like, I've known this girl since. This is not like a random homegirl. This is like, we go back to middle school type shit, high school type shit. So it's like, why would you sign up to make money with another motherfucker and not me, your homegirl? You get what I'm saying? Why would you sign up to essentially you're letting somebody else make money off of you instead of me, the person who brought you on, your friend? You get what I'm saying? Am I making sense? That shit rubbed me the wrong way. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. That shit rubbed me the wrong way. Hell no. I would have did, and I guess I feel that kind of way about it because I would have never did that to her. Even, like, no matter how small this is, or how petty this is, or how minute this is, that's not the point. I would have, like, hell no. Like, actually, matter of fact, I probably would have just made a whole new account. Cause I'm not missing anything. You, like, it was the very next day. I'm not following anybody. Nobody's following me. I haven't made any money. This is a throwaway account. Like, I can make another account and sign up for the yours. Nothing, no problem. That's probably what I would have did. But if I wasn't willing to do that, and you gave me a way to accomplish the goal anyway, I would have done that. Cause you're my homegirl. You brought me on. Like, I think that's what that's what bothers me. And I think that's what bothers me about all the situations that I get into when it comes to friends. Even relationships. At the end of the day, I would have never did that to you. So why did you feel okay doing that to me? That's always what I be coming back to. Like, if I were presented with the same opportunity you were presented with, I would have went another way because of just on the strength of the friendship. But when you were presented with the opportunity, I don't know. That's what I be coming back to. And like I said, it's not anything to stop being her friend over. So I'm not doing that or talking about that. But yes, it made me feel away. It did. I ain't gonna hold you like. And then okay, this is what kind of solidified me feeling some kind of way. Because she didn't get on the app that much, I'm thinking maybe she just forgot what I told her. You know what I'm saying? Just, you know what I'm saying? Maybe she did. And then, okay, so let me also add in that the whole agency and family thing, that's like a big deal. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like a pretty big deal over there. Cause like, this is money. Like, this ain't an app where it's fucking, imaginary stars and coins. Like, we playing with money over here, like real money. This not Bitcoin or no shit. This is real money. I can cash out right now if I wanted to. Like, so so with the agency thing, you really kind of can't get out of that. Like, I mean, you can, but it's hard. What really, once you're a part of somebody's agency, you kind of really a part of their agency. Unless you do something that gets you kicked out, or there's just a mutual disagreement or whatever. Normally, if you were in an agency, you were in an agency because somebody's making money off of you. Like, if you are a person that goes live and you are a person that gives, people give you gifts, then yeah, you're a manager, your agency is making money off of you. So yeah, they want to hold on to you. They don't want you to go nowhere else. You going somewhere else is gonna fuck up the team. Like no, like, so it's deep over there like that. So So the reason why I think because she don't get up there that much. And I was like, okay, maybe this is just a mistake. Blah 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 blah. I text her and I'm saying, hey, I noticed that you had joined blah 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 blah, but that because you can't be a part of two, like you can't be a part of two families, like you can't be a part of two agencies. Think about it like the mob, like you can't be a part. You can't be a part of two families. You know what I'm saying? You can't be supporting two teams type shit. So if you are a part of one, you can't be a part of another. So because she had joined one, she could now not be a part of mine, basically. So I was like, hey, this means you can't be a part of mine now. Like, did you, like, hey, what's good? Like, and I think I said it like this. I said, did you ever contact support and give them my referral code or whatever? I was expecting, oh, my bad, like a little short paragraph. Oh, my bad, like, girl, blah, blah, blah. That's what I was expecting. But when I opened my phone and I saw a paragraph, what? When I opened my phone, I saw a paragraph. I was like, what's the paragraph for, shorty? Like, what are you explaining? You know what I'm saying? Like, why is there enough to explain? Like I said, I was expecting, like, oh, my bad. To the point that I ain't even read it. I ain't even read it. I don't know what it says. I just moved on and started talking to her about something else. I don't even know what it said. I just want to know, was I wrong for feeling away? That's all. Like I said, I'm not mad. It's nothing that I'm gonna stop being friends with her over, nothing like that. But I just want to know whether I'm feeling the way. But I've already had 2 people tell me that I wasn't. And I feel like I ain't. Yeah, it's like, and oh, okay, and let me also add in. This is also the same girl who wants to start a podcast with me. Like we've been trying to get it off the ground and working on it and stuff, and we've been brainstorming on ideas and meeting up and like really trying to do it. That don't make me want to go into business with you. That don't make me want to go into business with you. And just because we're talking about something so small, an app, it's an app. Like I'm not gonna stop being friends with my homegirl for over 20 something years over a fucking app. No, it's an app. It's very small. But it's business and it's money. That's why they say friends and money don't mix. It's business and it's money. It's just that little move. Whether and it could have been an accident. She might have been saying it was an accident in the paragraph, and I just didn't read it. I don't know. It could have been an accident, but it had already been explained to her. The stuff that I just sat and took time to explain to you about how the app works, she had already got all that already. So it wasn't like just I didn't just oblivious to kind of like nah, it went like that. Like she knew. I just didn't think that was cool. Like I would have if I'm gonna get money with anybody, I'm gonna get money with my own girl. Like that's how that's time. She's wrong. But maybe I'm the problem. Hmm, perhaps. But yeah, I just moved on and I just started talking to her about something else. I just moved on. I ain't said a word about it since. She ain't said nothing about it since, and it is what it is. Because I think I would be wrong. I would be all the way wrong if I stopped talking. Like if I was on that, you know what I'm saying, type of time. Like if I stopped talking to her and all type of shit. Like I'd be wrong for that. But anyway, I'm gonna let it go. Well, I have let it go. And I don't want it to seem like I'm like always into it with somebody because I'm not. I mean, we not into it. It's little things that people do that it's a lot of things people do that I don't say stuff about, but in the back of my head, I'd be like, but I would have never did that. Like if the shoe was on the other side, I wouldn't have did that. And a lot of times I don't say nothing about, you know what I'm saying? Just especially if it ain't hurting me, if it's not affecting my money, if it ain't, you know what I'm saying, something like that. Like I ain't wanting to dick pick over like little small itty bitty little things. Cause I don't want nobody to do that to me. But it just be certain. It's sometimes I just be sitting back and be observing things, and I just be like, I wouldn't, if the situation was reversed, I just would have never did that. I wonder if, oh, 1:30, I keep forgetting there's like a time difference. So I wonder if when they put 1:30, is it 2:30 for me? Hmm. You always. Fulton County. Might have meant 2:30 their time. I mean 2:30 my time.
whatsoever regarding any sort of conspiracy, any sort of design, any sort of knowing, etc. from Ms. Wills. And one, respect for Ms. Wills, and respect for who the only person that presented any sort of eyewitness testimony regarding anything that would have taken place in that scene, being that of Mr. Mills. Desmond Mills testified that, and I want to be extremely careful because in addition to asking him questions in cross-examination regarding his prior testimony and inconsistencies, etc., I tried to have questions narrowly tailored specifically to the accusation and to trace the statutes regarding, number one, the knowing of it. I asked him specifically whether or not, based off of the information he had, if Tyre's being prior to going to that scene had any knowledge whatsoever about Mr. Nichols, or knew anything about him being anything other than he was a passenger in the vehicle driven by Mr. Mills, and when he sees the suspect, he then gets out and does in order. But of course, we heard testimony today from Ms. Mackey, and I can't remember her exact rank, but she's an officer with the Memphis Police Department, and she read that he was a sworn officer who had taken his oath of office and it, at that time, had not been in any way certified or suspended. So he's in the car acting in his status and capacity as a Memphis Police Department officer. According to the testimony from Mr. Mills, once he sees that suspect, there's not a lot of gray area about what he's supposed to do. He has to get out. After he attempted to speak with the suspect turns and runs. And according to the testimony provided by Mr. Mills, Mr. Bean did what he's supposed to do, give chase to that fleeing suspect. He attempts to apprehend that suspect. Mr. Mills did not find any, or did not provide any sort of commentary regarding that being in any way wrong on direct testimony, but on cross-examination, he in fact said that there were no sort of criticisms that he could give for the actions of Mr. Bean. He said that Mr. Bean was holding an arm, and according to the testimony, based off of what he had seen on the screen, his striking of the suspect's arms or hands when he reached up, according to testimony from Mr. Mills, was proper, and it was in no way anything that could have been considered towards the killing or eventual death of Mr. Nichols. But in fact, he says that he found no criticism regarding those strikes to the arms and forearms based on what he had seen, and he gave testimony saying that that's the only place that he saw Mr. Bean strike Mr. Nichols. Furthermore, when asked about the blows that were administered by Mr. Martin, going back before the blows, I asked questions regarding any sort of a conspiratorial type plot regarding Mr. Nichols, whether or not there was any sort of information regarding Mr. Nichols having done something that they were going to take off of their position and power regarding Mr. Nichols. Mr. Mills' testimony was they did not know him, and he had no information that Mr. Bean in any way knew him. He also said that there was no kind of conversations indicating that Mr. Bean was in any way angry, agitated, anything along those lines. He also indicated that his criticisms seemingly were towards his actions regarding the baton, but when he was cross-examined regarding the use of the baton, he indicated that he did give the strikes to the shoulder area, between the shoulder and the wrist area. So seemingly Mr. Dean would not have any reason based off training, NPD training, to have thought that those blows in and of themselves could in any way have been something that could have caused the death of Mr. Nichols. Likewise, he talked about the fact that in holding one arm and in holding the other arm being held by Mr. Smith, they were doing this because there was one handcuff on and another handcuff on, and you have a suspect attempting to walk away. He testified that you don't have an option to let one of those arms go. That was his testimony. So based on that, how have they met any sort of burden as it relates to presenting one scintilla of evidence that the jury can consider regarding second-degree murder, it being a knowing killing? There's nothing that Mr. Mills offered in that regard. Likewise, when you go to the next, just looking at the elements, aggravated assault, there was no testimony that Mr. Bean's actions in any way were taken to, or in any way went towards attempting to cause injury to Mr. Nichols. To the contrary, the testimony was that once the actual handcuffs went on, number one, everything stopped. The videos show that once the handcuffs were definitively on, that everybody seemingly scattered like insects when the lights come on. They got away from the body of Mr. Nichols. But after, and I counted approximately 40 seconds or so, Mr. Smith, who had some medical training, says, hey, let's set him up. Who helped him set him up? Mr. Bean, so that he could get air. And he sat in that position. Nobody did anything to aggravate or agitate Mr. Nichols at that point that he's sitting up. Now, I know that it was characterized, at least in opening statement, as dragging him, but consider this, Your Honor, they had, and I think the testimony was clear, Mr. Bean had run from approximately 80 yards with his 40 pounds worth of equipment to try to apprehend this suspect, and had been engaged in wrestling with him while having himself been contaminated with pepper spray. And during that time, even Mr. Mills' testimony was he was getting his own air together and things like that. So at a time that he was exhausted, his eyes are blinded, he's agitated, he thought to at least help Mr. Nichols sit against the car. That is not a person that's trying to cause injury or in any way do anything illegal or improper to Mr. Nichols. As it relates to aggravated kidnapping, once again, you're apprehending a suspect that has, the call out said, been engaged in being pepper sprayed, tased, and overcoming 3 officers. That tells these trained officers that this individual has at least at that point, engaged in activity that is potentially felonious. Now we'll come to learn eventually that it was, but we know that if you're engaging in that type of activity where you overcome these officers and you have that call out, Mr. Bean does not have the luxury in retrospect to say, hey, we don't need to try to apprehend the suspect. There's no way that he would know that this man would not in any way give his hands up for the period of time that he did. That said, Your Honor, in the light most favorable to the state, what have they presented? Now you have also the testimony of Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross is Dr. Ross, I apologize. Dr. Ross is not able to testify as to the category of homicide. This court is well aware there are 4 categories. He doesn't say whether or not it's justified homicide, whether or not it's manslaughter. All he can say is based off of what he witnessed, it seems that there was torsional injury that would have been related directly to the blows administered by Emmett Martin. Emmett Martin's not here. There's no testimony that Emmett Martin in any way directed anybody towards actions or actions towards Mr. Nichols. There's been no testimony regarding anything that was apprehended as far as communications that could have presented information if they had it, saying that there was somehow some plot or something together via text messages or via communications that we are going to pull over a random suspect and torment them. There's nothing along those lines at all. There's absolutely no testimony from anybody that they knew the mental condition of Mr. Martin, that Mr. Bean would have known the mental condition of Mr. Martin whatsoever. He testified that until the last trial, I think this is from Mr. Mills, we didn't know that he was, his mental conditions or what have you, and any kind of pre-existing conditions that would have put our lives as well as the public's lives in danger related to Mr. Martin. That was not conveyed, and there's been no proof at all that it would have, should have, or in any way could have been conveyed to Darius Bean. So based on that, Your Honor, looking at the light absolutely most favorable, this is a common law murder case. And as a common law murder case, common law aggravated kidnapping case, common law aggravated assault case, there's been no testimony that should take this case out of the purview of this court and put it in the purview of the jury. And that's I know that it is a rare occurrence. I know that it is a burden that they have to, at this point, it is not beyond reasonable doubt or what have you, but there's not a scintilla of evidence that they should be able to consider as a jury that will in any way say that this man should be able to be considered guilty or not guilty at this time of any of these elements.
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of Demetrius Haley, pursuant to Rule 29, we move for acquittal of all of the charges because the state has failed to prove the charges and no reasonable, rational juror could find Demetrius Haley guilty of these 7 charges beyond a reasonable doubt. What I'd like to do, beauty of going second, is to the extent Mr. Perry's recitation of the testimony applied to all 3 defendants, I'd like to adopt that rather than repeat it. But I'd like to focus first on the second-degree murder charge and the knowingly killed element, which there's simply, there's no proof of that. No juror could convict, find beyond a reasonable doubt that Demetrius Haley knowingly killed Tyre Nicols. The proof on this essentially comes from 2 people. It comes from Dr. Ross today, who made very clear that the cause of death is the trauma to the head of Tyre Nicols, and he focused on Mr. Martin's initial kicks and Mr. Martin's punches to the head. There's also video evidence demonstrating those traumatic blows. Yesterday, Desmond Mills testified, and his testimony on this issue, he's an eyewitness, he was a participant in this altercation, and he was there interacting at Castlegate and Bear Creek with Mr. Nicols much longer than Demetrius Haley. Mr. Mills made clear that that Martin's initial kicks, to quote Mr. Hagerman again, the soccer-style kick to the head and the second follow-up occurred before Demetrius Haley got to Ross and Castlegate. And all of Martin's punches to his head occurred before Demetrius Haley got to Castlegate and Bear Creek. And today, Dr. Ross is clear as the medical examiner. That was the trauma that caused Tyre Nicols' death. Including 2 kidnapping charges. Again, there's no removal. So, certainly can't be an unlawful removal. The state has to pursue no evidence of an unlawful confinement. Testimony saw, along with Darius B. in that two-man car at Ross and Castlegate. They saw the person they believed to be the suspect that had run from Mr. Haley, Mr. Martin, and Officer Hemphill at Ross and Rains. He was wiping his face. They knew he had been pepper sprayed, and Mr. Mills said he met them. They said, hey, and he took off running again. Mr. Mills also testified that at that point, they had a lawful basis to detain and confine that suspect. And it's based upon his conduct and what he had done. It was a lawful traffic stop, and from there, he resisted arrest and he fled. Once he was seen again by law enforcement on duty in uniform, performing their public service as sworn post-certified officers, the mere introduction, hey, he takes off again. They had a reason to detain and confine him. And that confinement was legitimate, and there is simply no way that the state has established any evidence by which rational jurors could find that there was an illegal confinement. Both of the aggravated kidnapping charges should be dismissed. Moving on to the oppression and misconduct charges, I want to start by noting what the state said in its bill of particulars. It said these defendants neglected their duty to provide helpful information to medical and emergency personnel and harmed Tyre Nicols. Well, Judge, in order to provide helpful information, you have to have the information. And again, not only the video evidence, but the testimony of Mr. Mills makes clear that Emmett Martin's blows, Desmond Mills' use of pepper spray, Desmond Mills' use of a baton, the ASP baton, at Castlegate and Bear Creek, all occurred before Demetrius Haley arrived. That testimony is substantiated by the videos that the state has put into evidence. Element of the oppression is that the public servant knew that the conduct was unlawful. We're here in this courtroom 2 years later with 20/20 hindsight, watching a lot of video and putting it together. When Demetrius Haley arrived at Castlegate and Bear Creek and saw that Mr. Nichols was not detained at that point, used a hard hands technique trained at the academy, authorized and within MPD policy and procedure. Hit one time, single leg strike in the upper arm, a muscle area. It was proper. It did not cause any trauma to the head, and Mr. Haley had absolutely no knowledge of what had occurred at Castlegate and Bear Creek prior to his arrival, except, and again, there's the radio transmissions that where Officer Smith said the suspect is fighting, and we need more cars. Demetrius Haley got there. He did not know what had occurred. There was absolutely no description, and unlike everybody in this courtroom, he's not there watching video or any live transmission or anything. He couldn't know that there was anything going on other than officers needing help detaining a person that had been resisted arrest when he and Hemphill and Martin tried to detain him for traffic violations at Ross and Rains also, as the video shows, within roughly 1 minute, it's right at 1 minute after Mr. Haley uses that trained hard hand technique, the single leg strike. He's on the radio to dispatch, fulfilling his training and duty to get medical help. He's calling for an ambulance. And I think that the state, again, has not put on evidence by which any rational juror could find Mr. Haley guilty of misconduct or oppression. I'm going to have 1 second with Mr. Leffler. Submitted at that point.
Judge, we've all practiced law long enough to know that Rule 29 motion to close the state's proof, just like Mr. Terry said, is rarely granted. But you've been here for all of the proof. And the question that Mr. Stevens said is whether or not a reasonable juror, considering the evidence of favorable, most favorable to the state, could find beyond a reasonable doubt being charged. And I think, many times we don't say it, but I think if we are honest with ourselves from the standpoint of intellectual honesty as well as moral honesty, the proof is woefully short of even being presented to the jury. The state only presented one witness who was there on the scene, and that was, of course, Officer Mills. And you heard his testimony. He didn't see a good bit of the action in order to intervene himself. There's been no proof other than grainy video of what went on that night. Now, we have to judge, as you know, the case law is pretty clear. You have to judge the conduct of the defendant, in this case, law enforcement officers, of what was being presented to them at that instant, not later, 2020 hindsight, with what they're faced with there on the scene. Mills was crystal clear that based upon pain tolerance, pain threshold, etc., Mr. Nichols was out of control. The only evidence we've heard is that of all the years he's been doing this, it's the most difficult arrest he's ever made. So you have to say, okay, where did Justin Smith go wrong? Where did Justin Smith divert from his law enforcement duties? We have to concede that the arrest was lawful. We've mentioned that, so I'm not going to repile that ground. But the arrest itself was lawful. In order to make the arrest, you have to handcuff the suspect and search him. That came from the state's witness. And that wasn't done until they could get Mr. Nichols under control. I think policing is very rough looking. I think probably all of us in this courtroom and probably anyone watching realize that policing is dirty work, and it looks violent. But that does not make it criminal at all. So in our minds and in our hearts, we know that Justin Smith did not break any laws. We talk about medical help. The only proof has been it was only Justin Smith that called for medical on the front end. It was only Justin Smith telling those EMTs they need to get Tyre some options. It was only Justin, and I'm not saying only to the exclusion of these other men. I'm just saying Nicols this man's health and crush this guy, head, his brain. But instead, because he's a criminal suspect in their custody, and Justin Smith for Tyre Nicols. There has been no testimony offered by the state of anyone qualified, if any, much less someone qualified to say that any actions of, and again, I'm only addressing Justin Smith, that any actions of Justin Smith were improper. In other words, beyond the scope of what they were trained to do, beyond what a police officer is supposed to do to get somebody in custody. No one, Mr. Mills did not testify to anything critical of Justin Smith in his attempts to get Tyre Nicols in handcuffs. In fact, just the opposite. And so to present it, to say, we are gonna put this criminal case charging all these 7 charges, starting out with second-degree murder, in the jury box, when you've heard the proof, I just don't think that's, I think this is the appropriate Rule 29 case as the judge sitting as the, for lack of a better word, 13th juror, looking at what could a reasonable juror find, even in a light most favorable to the state. It's going to take courage, but the bottom line is there has been no proof presented by the state at all that Justice Smith violated any laws. And again, I think this is probably the one case that we'll all run across that Rule 29 is appropriate as it relates to Justice Smith, and I will of course leave it to the other lawyers as it relates to their clients. Steve, you wish to respond?
Let me begin with Mr. Perry's first point, and I thought we talked about this when we picked the jury. These defendants are not charged with having a plan to kill anyone. They are not charged with first-degree murder. They're not charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. So that is simply irrelevant. They're charged with second-degree murder. What counsels ignore is 2 things. First, a video in which the jury can certainly find that they're watching 5 Memphis police officers beat a man to death. Is a beating to death a second-degree murder? Is it known? Of course it is. Can be. That's a jury question that is the clear province of a jury. Ignores the law. And we spent so much time talking about the law of criminal responsibility. Emmett Martin delivered the worst blows, no doubt about it. But this jury can find that these defendants assisted. They can find that Mr. Haley, like we watched on video, nobody wants to talk about. Mr. Haley gets out of his car, yells something, and then kicks Tyre Nicols while he's on the ground. And then watches Emmett Martin kick him again while he's on the ground. Mr. Bean and Mr. Smith can be seen on top of Mr. Nicols, pressing him down, while Emmett Martin takes the first soccer kick to the head, and then the second. Then they can be seen at his arms, holding his arms. Their face is literally less than half a foot from Tyre's when Emmett Martin's punched him in the face, not once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times. And that whole time, as Mr. Mills testified, not a single one said, stop, don't do that. Why is that important? Because the second half of criminal responsibility is if you have a legal duty to intervene, you got to do something. They're Memphis police officers. They had to do something. Instead, they watched it happen right in front of their face. And what they do afterwards? Put them on the side of the car and didn't tell anybody about any of this head trauma. This confinement, Mr. Single talked about it, absolutely could have started out lawful. Absolutely could have started out lawful. But at some point, this jury can find that lawful confinement became unlawful. And whether that's after soccer kick number 1 to the head, or soccer kick number 2 to the head, or punch 1, or punch 2, or punch 3, or punch 5, or kick 1 by Haley, or kick the final one by Emmett Martin, or they can find it while he's sitting there at the car handcuffed, and these officers are lying to medical personnel about what happened. Not a single medical personnel, he's taking impacts to the head. So the lawful confinement can absolutely become unlawful. These officers have a duty, both under the law of criminal responsibility, but also in the official misconduct and oppression counts, and they violated that duty that night. We have issues for the jury. I understand that Mr. Zumov, Mr. Perry, Mr. Stingler are going to argue and have. Well, Mr. Bean, for instance, couldn't see X, or Mr. Smith couldn't see Y. Understand that. But those are jury questions for the jury to determine what Mr. Bean saw or couldn't see, or what Mr. Smith saw or couldn't see. We have a video where we can clearly see Mr. Bean's face, Mr. Smith's face, Tyre Nicols, and Emmett Martin kicking them right in front of them, hitting them right in front of them. We can clearly hear that nobody's ever said stop. We have the testimony of Desmond Mills. No one ever said stop. We can hear the body cam when the medical personnel is there, and no one ever says impacts to the head. They say, oh, he must be on drugs or something. From that proof, a reasonable jury can find the defendants guilty of all counts, and that's all counts to go to the jury.
Anything else on this one?
No, Tyre. Very briefly on behalf of Mr. Hagan. Mr. Hagan just emphasized the video where defendants were watching these blows happen. Mr. Haley did not see any of Mr. Martin's soccer kick, second kick, or any of the punches to the head. The statute that he referenced, conduct of another person, that would be, person here would be Mr. Haley, fails to make a reasonable effort to prevent the commission of the offense, and with respect to the official impression, public servant has to know the conduct was unlawful. Mr. Mills agreed that you can't stop and you can't report what you didn't know about. His example, he had turned away, was blinded, and didn't see Martin's initial kicks until he watched the video. Very clear. He couldn't report that, he didn't see it. Mr. Haley wasn't present for the traumatic blows to Mr. Nichols' head that Dr. Ross testified caused his death.
I don't have anything further to that. Thank you.
Listening to the arguments with regard to the motions presented by each of the defendants, looking over the proof and the light most favorable to the state as required by the law. With regard to the first count of the indictment, second degree murder, with regard to each of the defendants, looking at the light, looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, obviously we have heard testimony from only one person that had any information with regard to that evening, that being Mills, Mr. Mills. We've heard his testimony, and through that testimony had several videos that were presented. I know that the defense has their positions with regard to the actions that took place. Obviously, there has been arguments that's been presented by the state that are contrary to those positions. Looking at the videos, listening to the testimony of Mr. Mills, a jury could look at the videos and make determinations with regard to what the officers were doing themselves, whether they were holding Mr. Nichols down while others were striking, or whether they were effectuating an arrest. That would be a decision that the jurors make. If they make a determination based off of the videos and the testimony that Mr. Smith and Mr. Bean were holding and were aware that Mr. Martin was kicking and did not try to stop those kicks from happening, a jury can come back and come to the conclusion inactions contributed to the death of Mr. Nichols. With regard to Mr. Haley, who came to the scene later on, and with regard to Dr. Ross's testimony, I don't believe his testimony was as pinpoint as the defense has made, as identifying the specific contacts with Mr. Nichols that contributed to his death, other than him saying that those actions were consistent with the damage that was done. There were a lot of blows that were given to Mr. Nichols, and some of those blows, or at least one, was given by Mr. Haley. I don't recall there being testimony of exactly to assist in that arrest. It looked like he walked up and he kicked him. Mr. Martin walked up and kicked him, and then they both walked off. So the jury could look at those actions as contributing, as did the other actions in the death of Mr. Nichols. That would be a decision for the jury to make, to determine whether they were effectuating an arrest and continuing to do so, or whether it escalated and folks were just holding him up to be hit or taking kicks while he was being held down. So with regard to the first count, the court is going to deny the motion, allow that to go to the jury. With regard to the second count, with the aggravated assault, again, the court finds the same reasoning to allow that charge to go before the jury. The jury can ultimately make a determination on whether the facts that have been presented to them, the videos and their interpretation of the videos, or whether an arrest is being effectuated or whether these individuals were knowingly holding Mr. Nichols to allow him to be kicked or punched. With regard to the kidnapping, the court would agree that at some point when this initially started, there's no indications other than this being a lawful arrest. However, if the jury were to make a determination after looking at all the proof that's been presented and the court looking at it in the light most favorable to the state, at some point or another, the jury could very easily find that that lawful arrest became an unlawful detention. There was plenty of videos in which we saw, in which a jury looking at that, listening to the testimony of Mr. Mills for what it was worth, could come to that conclusion. So the court will allow for count 3, the charges with regard to the aggravated kidnapping of 3 and 4 to go for the jury. Again, with the official misconduct in counts 5 and 6, as well as the 7th count, in determining whether these officers who had a duty to intervene, what they knew, what they were able to communicate, all of those things would be things for the jury to make a determination. There may not have been much that Mr. Haley could have communicated, but Mr. Haley, from the testimony that he was, or that was presented in the evidence that was presented, he was privy to some information. He himself kicked Mr. Nichols. Mr. Martin kicked Mr. Nichols right after Mr. Haley. All of the officers were talking about what was going on and what had happened. And at no point did anybody communicate that information. I understand that there's been arguments that Mr. Smith was the only one to render any form of aid. And unfortunately, I think that is, it seems by the video, pretty accurate. But the court also doesn't necessarily find that the aid that is being attributed to Mr. Smith was to some form of degree that it somehow erases the other lack of action that could have been taken in rendering aid and removing himself from that exposure with regard to these counts. So the court, with regard to counts 5, 6, and 7, will allow those counts to go before the jury, for the jury to make a determination on the officer's actions or with the defendant's actions at that
order. I have two witnesses that can be available in the morning. Expert will be, or use of force expert will be available Friday. He has to have a calibration on this, on a pacemaker that was scheduled prior to this. We anticipated it next week, but he'll make it up here from Jackson, Mississippi on Friday. As it relates to the two other witnesses, it will be available tomorrow. So it'll require a little bit of kind of out of placement as it relates to per defendant, if the court will allow that position. But we were just told this morning that this would be the end of the proof from the state. Our anticipation was that it was going to last all week.
What Mr. Leffler and I, we do have a handful of witnesses we do intend to call. We have spent the past couple of hours reaching out. It is our understanding that President Penfield should be here at about 2:30, and we intend to put him on to that. There are two other witnesses that as John took the bench, are still waiting to hear back from as to whether they could be here today or not. We do have a forensic pathologist who is coming in from St. Louis. She is able to be traveling this afternoon. She will be here to testify in court. Mr. Cameron, the use of force expert, is from California. He is definitely, he's advancing his travel. I'm unsure of exactly when he's going to be here. It might be Friday, certainly Saturday at the latest, but he is trying to advance his traveling. We could have a DNA expert tomorrow, Friday.
Judge, a lot of it's going to depend on whether or not we are allowed to call people out of order, because being third defendant, I had better luck on gathering some of my witnesses that I have under subpoena to be able to come. But if we get hung up on, who's presenting the evidence, when, in what order, then I'm the third defendant. I'm prepared. But at the same time, I have gathered up enough witnesses to go late into the night. It'd be good use of our time, but we got to get over this issue of witnesses being out of order, being called by whomever.
We don't have a problem. I think the continuity that needs to happen is when a witness is examined, Mr. Perry, Mr. Sango, Mr. Zimmer. But to present them out of order in this with direct examination, we don't have a problem with that.
But I guess the ultimate issue though is if Mr. Dumont has a witness that he wants to call, Mr. Perry's not going to be the first person that's going to be questioned.
And that's what I'm trying to say. I understand that. And the way this is going to work, that'd be fine.
If it's one of my witnesses and I get to put them on, then of course these guys, and then I want to be able to put my witnesses.
And so if the state doesn't have any issue with that, then we can go forward with these witnesses. All right. What we will do, we're going to take a brief recess. Why don't you all discuss which witnesses you all have available? You all can talk with the state and see as far as the order in which we need to call these folks. Let's come back.
The good news, Judge, is we did that during lunch break, and I've already told the district attorney's office that this is the route we end up going. I do have a witness that's following now. Whenever you put the jury in the box, we can start. Is that fair? Is that right? No, the first one would be Kelly Rod, then TDI.
Stand in brief recess.
Court to recess.
She'll be my second. proceed, Your Honor. Ma'am, because the acoustics aren't that great in here, if you can speak up the best you can, that'd be great. For the purpose of the record, could you please state your first and last name and spell it for the record?
Kelly Rogers, KELLIROGERS.
And what, instead of giving your specific numerical address, could you please state to the court and the jury what street you live on?
Preserve Woods Cove,
And is that where, ma'am?
Arlington, Tennessee.
Is that Shelby County?
Yes.
All right, ma'am. On October 31st of 2022, were you a victim of a crime?
Yes.
Could you please tell the jury what the nature of that criminal activity was?
So I believe I woke up November 1st to a lot of credit card alerts that I had that my card was being used
Your what was being used?
my credit cards. So I went out to the car and my wallet had been stolen. And so I called the police and
Before we go there, so we understand, you were getting credit card alerts. What does that mean?
that my car was being used and they were asking me, was it me?
Okay. And those charges were not used. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
It was not me.
And that was in the late at night of Halloween night into the morning of November 1st.
Yes.
So with these alerts, did the alerts tell you where the cards were being used?
I believe it was like gas stations. It was I had various cards, so I can't remember exactly, but I did see like a couple of gas station attendants.
You knew that you had not been in the gas stations that night.
Right.
So you went out to your car. What did you find?
My wallet was gone.
Was your car damaged?
Glove compartment.
And so your wallet was gone.
Yes.
And what was contained in your wallet?
My military ID, my children's military IDs, credit card.
Did you call law enforcement?
Yes.
And who responded to this call?
The people from the Arlington that are right up the street.
Shelby.
The sheriffs that are right up the street.
Shelby County. Oh, yeah, they see it. Ma'am, I've given you a copy and I've also displayed it up here for the jury. Do you recognize that card?
Yes.
And what is that card?
American Express credit card.
And I'm gonna look. Is that the back of that same card?
Yes.
Is it here's one that's not so rumpled, Judge.
We'll show the front and back of this credit card to be exhibit 26. We just need to enter the exhibit before it's published.
Energy ticket was
Before it's published.
oh, I'm sorry, I won't do that next time. Now, Ian, that's the card. Ma'am, you reported this to the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes.
Did they make a police report?
Yes.
Prior to 2 weeks ago, let's just say 2 weeks ago, prior to 2 weeks ago, did you have any idea where that American Express card was?
No.
Who was the first person to tell you where that American Express card was?
You were.
And you've received no phone call from any law enforcement agency that your card had been found?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Right. Your Honor, as far as my examination of this witness, I've concluded. Mr. Perry.
Mr. Rogers,
Yes,
have you ever met Mr. Tyre Nicols?
no,
And you're in this basic geographic area, though, pretty close to Shelbytown. And being in this area, you've heard of this case, correct?
yes,
And you've heard the name before, right?
yes.
And prior to being contacted a few weeks ago, had you had any contact with anybody from TBI
What is
Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
No,
Anybody from Memphis Police Department?
no,
No detectives, nobody told you that you would be in any way connected to this case?
no.
All right, anything further? All right, very briefly, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rogers. This American Express card that you've identified as yours, it was in your wallet that was stolen over Halloween of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And some of the alerts you woke up to on November 1st, 2022 were to the use of this card, correct?
Yes.
That's all I had for this witness.
Absolutely nothing. Mr. Rogers, those are all the questions we have right now. You can step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let's have the next witness.
I'm gonna go ahead and call TBI agent Chuck Baker.
Please tell me, sir, affirm that the testimony given today will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
Could you please state your full name and your title for the record?
Charles Baker, also go by Chuck. I'm a special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, also known as the TBI.
And how long have you been a special agent for the TBI?
I've been with the TBI since September of 2013.
So the better part of 12 years, is that right?
With the TBI, yes.
And before that, what'd you do?
I have been a police officer here in the area. I've been a special agent, Department of Revenue, for an old drug unit that's now been abolished. And I've also was a special agent for a railroad.
All right. Now, if I slip and call you Chuck, it's because I've known you a long time. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How many murder investigations have you conducted in your history at TBI? Best estimate.
I'd just say in excess of, involved with in excess of 50, 60.
And you also investigate police officers that are involved in what is referred to many times as critical incident assumption.
Yes, sir.
Fatality shootings, fatality killings in police custody. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And how many of those have you investigated since being with TBI?
I'd say about the same amount. I would say right now, been involved with probably 60 plus.
And in that, in those number of investigations that you, by the way, before I forget, you were the lead agent or supervising agent or whatever title goes with your letterhead here as it relates to this investigation of the officers involved with Tyre Nicols. Were you not?
Yes, sir. In TBI's terminology, you would call that the case agent. A lot of people would call it the lead investigator. So I've been the case agent for this case.
Right. And as case agent, I'm going to lead you a little bit so we can just kind of get through this. As a case agent, you have other TBI agents that work with you and for you and report to you. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this case was opened at the request of who?
District Attorney Steve Mulroy.
Here in Shelby County.
Yes, sir.
And so this is not necessarily an unusual thing for you. Is
No,
that
sir.
right?
No, sir. And you would have to know how TBI gets their cases.
There's memorandums of understanding, there's state law.
Correct.
That affect if an officer's involved in an in-custody death, that the TBI will investigate. Is that right?
Yes and no. We have to still have if it's an in-custody death, we have to have an actual official request from the district attorney of that judicial district.
Right. And that's what happened in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
And when was that request given to the TBI? By DA Mole?
It would have been given, I believe, the day after officially, or that early morning hours of the date of the incident.
Would it surprise, this happened on January 7th. The original stop was around 8:30 p.m. They went to the hospital, and then would it surprise you, or were you present at Flicker Street as a TBI agent when these officers were returning to their office space?
No, I was not present at the time.
Were there TBI agents present?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Reporting to you, is that right?
No, sir. Not at that time. I was not made the case agent till a little while later. I was actually out sick with COVID when the incident happened, and I actually came in a little bit later.
But that's why. There was a TBI agent there representing the agency.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir.
That night.
I believe so, yes, sir.
Right. And so as part of your preparation for testimony today, did you go back and review the case file?
Yes, sir, the best I could. It's a very large case file. So.
And on the night in question, by the way, do the defendants normally have you come to court, or does the prosecutor normally have you come to court?
Remember, that's, first of all, it's an improper question.
I'll withdraw it.
Relevant, and
I'll withdraw it. I'll withdraw it. I issued a subpoena for you to be here, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, on the night in question, when this event happened, TBI representatives were at the Flicker Street address where the Scorpion team and organized crime use it as a headquarters. Is that right?
I'd have to look at the actual
report.
I'd have to look at the actual report to know names, who was there, times, and so on.
Yeah, I won't be asking you names. I won't be asking you names. Okay. What I'm asking you is, TBI was present at Flicker Street on the night of this incident, were they not?
I have to look at the report once
Take
again
time
to
to
give
look.
you. I don't have. You'd have to hand me a copy of the incident report.
Can y'all be looking for that while I'm examining the witness? Do you have any recollection of the investigation of this case before we dig out the TBI report?
In what sense?
In any sense?
Of course, but I don't have. At that time, I was not present
Right.
when this happened. I was at home with COVID.
All right. But the question I was going to ask you is, and I think you probably will find that it's customary in these kind of investigations. So just bear with me.
Okay.
The officers were photographed by TBI, is that right?
From my experience, I always photograph the officers.
Right. And DNA swabs were taken from the officers, is that right?
In my experience, yes.
And you have no information that would say that did not happen in this case, is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
And you've known me, I'm representing to you, the DNA were taken, and we'll get to the report as soon as we can.
Sure.
All right? Photographs were taken of the officers, DNA swabs were taken of the officers, drug analysis, urine samples were taken. Is that customary?
We do not normally take urine or drug samples. That's up to the actual agency
Which would be MPD.
would it be MPD? I've never, in my personal experience, have never asked for a drug or a urine analysis involving one of my cases.
Okay. And the boots of the officers and shoes of the officers were seized that night. You're aware of that?
Yeah, I
aren't
do know
you?
that. Yes, sir.
What?
Yes, sir. They were.
You were aware of that. And they were taken from the officers that night for purposes of what?
Testing. So those boots would have been collected, bagged, and sent to our lab, and I believe in Jackson. I'm not sure if Jackson or Nashville tested them. I'd have to look at the actual report, but they would be sent off for testing, DNA analysis, print analysis.
One moment. The TDI agents then began a canvass of security cameras and skycop cameras in the area.
Yes, sir.
And there was one particular skycop camera there at Cascade and Bear Creek. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did the TDI review the video footage contained on that or captured by that pole camera?
That particular pole camera that I believe you're talking about, I believe so, but that was prior to myself looking at the video.
Right. Now, what I'm talking about is where the actual incident occurred, Bear Creek and Cascade.
Oh, yes.
So that was reviewed.
You're talking about the Skycop camera.
There's a Skycop camera that was right there, Bear Creek
Sure.
and Cascade.
Sure.
Did the TDI get that from the real-time crime center?
Yes, sir.
That's part of what?
The investigation.
Right. I'm trying not to lead you, because I don't want to get an objection. Okay?
Right.
All right. So you gathered up that video. Did you gather up any other, or did your agency gather up any other video?
Yes, sir.
What other video?
So you
That's
have,
your recollection.
so you would have the camera you're talking about specifically. You would have other pole cameras in the area, other Skycop cameras. You would have body cameras that the officers were wearing. And I'd have to look back at the report, I'm not sure that it's in-car cameras. So we try to obtain all cameras whatsoever, including neighborhood cameras such as Ring cameras, people's personal cameras on their homes, anything we can find that we're going to try to attempt to obtain for the case.
And you had to get that through NPD, is that right?
No, sir. But we'd have to get the cameras that are proprietary property of MPD, such as body cams, car cameras, but any of the other cameras, whether they belong to a business or an individual, we'd actually have to get those. We'd have to ask that individual or business for access to those cameras.
I'll keep you focused on pole cameras.
Okay.
Recently, you became aware that there was a pole camera that you, as the senior case agent in this case, were not aware of. Were you not?
I was not aware of it.
But
Until-
my question was, hear me out. Recently, you learned of a second pole camera that was in your file, but that you were not aware of. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I'm going to call that 6705.
That I believe was our 50. If I go back, I believe it's the report 50.
You and I reviewed it telephonically together, right?
Yes, sir.
And what in that video showed what?
So that video showed a pole cam on a street where there were vehicles parked down the street, and at one point in that video, you could see an individual walk around a vehicle, go behind it, and then go back behind another vehicle and out of the frame. Sound correct?
Yeah. And when we spoke of it, you said that you had not gotten a chance to review that video, 2 years after this incident. Is that right?
Correct. From reading the original report, it appeared to me that the original person that had reviewed it or MPD looked at it, there was nothing of importance on it until I became aware of it, spoke with you, spoke to Mr. Hagerman, let him know what was going on, and actually wrote a supplement report on that video.
And who is, to the best of your knowledge, who is that person captured in that 6705 video?
So I can't specifically say who the person is, but I can say I believe that person resembles, based on I believe it resembled Mr. Nichols based on what I know he was wearing on the night of the incident.
So 2 years after this happened, the lead case agent on this case was becoming aware for the first time of Tyre Nichols captured, or someone looking like Tyre Nichols was captured on 6705.
Correct.
Now, from January 7th to January 11th, I'll offer to you that Mr. Nichols passed, I think, late on the 10th. From January 7th to January 11th, was any attempt made by the TBI, blood and urine samples of Mr. Nichols to determine whether or not he was under the influence of narcotics?
That would have become from the hospital records from St. Francis. I believe that's where he was at St. Francis.
Do a favor for both of us. My question was, from January 7th to January 11th, did the TBI make any effort that you know of to obtain blood and alcohol toxicology reports on Tyre Nichols?
I believe so, but I have to go back and look at the report. It's been so long.
When did you come off of COVID and begin taking an active supervisory role with this investigation?
I want to say I'd have to go back to my report, but it was several days after. It was probably
after what? The death?
No, after the incident. I believe I was told on a weekend when I knew I was able to come back to work. Probably 5 or 6 days. It was several days.
But you have reviewed the file before coming, because you received your subpoena to come testify.
Oh, yeah.
You've reviewed the file.
Best of my ability, because it's a very large file. So it's hard to memorize everything.
Nobody's asking you to memorize, okay? Were you aware, or were the TBI agents aware, that on the night in question, 5 or more narcotics-trained officers suspected that Tyre Nichols was under the influence of heavy narcotics?
I had no idea about that.
You had no idea about that?
Trained narcotics officers?
Did you have any idea, or did the TBI have any idea, that officers felt Tyre Nichols was under the influence of narcotics?
I can't tell you how they felt because I wasn't there. I don't know.
Did TBI agents review the body cams of the officers involved?
Yes.
When did that happen?
At different times, because there's so many body cams, so many cameras. Each report would tell me exactly when and what agent reviewed that particular body cam. There's several body cams. There's so many of them that they were assigned to different agents to review.
On the night in question?
No, not on the night in question, but that would have been later on.
You know,
I'm trying
on the
to
night
answer.
in question, were TBI agents on scene at Flickr reviewing body cams?
I can't answer that. I don't know. I was not there.
That's not contained anywhere in the investigation file?
I'd have to look at the file again, but I was not there. And I can't tell you how anyone felt or what they saw.
Are you familiar with the search warrant that was issued by you on Tyre Nichols' car's contents?
Yes.
So are you familiar with that, the necessity of seeing the report?
Yes, but if you want me to tell you what the exact contents were, I had to see the report.
Maybe these will stand out to you.
Okay.
Were illegal drugs found in that car?
Yes, sir.
Were mushrooms found in that car?
Yes, sir.
And that mushrooms are commonly referred to as psilocybin. Is that right?
Psilocybin, correct.
And psilocybin is a Schedule I hallucinogenic narcotic. Right or wrong?
You're correct.
Were any personal property, such as credit cards, debit cards, photo IDs, without the name Tyre Nichols on it, found in that car?
Yes, sir.
What was done with those credit cards, debit cards, and photo IDs?
Those would have just been kept as evidence of anything found in the car.
While I may not have the thousands of page report, I do have a letter. Did you coordinate with MPD and Mr. Hagerman to return Mr. Nichols' car and contents to him
Yes.
or to his family?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I don't need to look. So is that customary to return evidence to a family member,
Yes.
including credit cards in someone else's name?
If the district attorney asked me to do it, we do it.
So in this case, were you asked by the district attorney's office to return the credit cards that were found in that car?
I was just asked to return the vehicle and the contents to the Nichols family.
But the contents included credit cards, debit cards, and photo IDs of other people. And so I'm just asking, was that your decision or was it the DA's decision?
That would be the DA's decision.
So if we have someone in that came in here and said her American Express card, Kelly Rogers, said that her American Express card was stolen on the night of the 31st, and a police report of 2022, by the way, October 31st, 2022, and a police report had been filed on that American Express card and her military ID cards, and yet they were found by your agents as contents in Tyre Nichols' car. Can you explain or justify how that card was given to the Nichols family?
So like I told you earlier, the TBI is requested to work certain crimes. In this case, we were requested to work the case of, at the time, an aggravated assault, which turned into a homicide. There was nowhere in that request from the DA's office to work any stolen credit cards, anything like that. And in our normal case of business, we would not do that because for us, it had nothing to do with the case we were requested to work by the district attorney's office.
Okay, maybe I'll stumble upon something. You were asked to investigate an aggravated assault charge. An aggravated assault of who? That may sound like a dumb question, but an aggravated assault on who?
On Mr. Nichols. I was.
As the case agent in charge of this investigation, did it cross your mind at any point, you got back from COVID or whatever, to get original blood and urine from Tyre Nichols in order to run toxicology screens?
Well, that by the time I became the agent, unfortunately, Mr. Nichols had passed away. Therefore, we would have gotten the blood samples from the medical examiner's office.
All right.
Because they do a full tox screen.
And had you not been out on COVID, as part of investigating this case fully, would have you requested by way of a search warrant blood and urine of Tyre Nichols while he was alive?
While he was alive, I would have always, well, let me answer your question. I would have requested the medical records from St. Francis, which would have contained a toxicology report. They had to do blood work for their treatment. That's where I would have gotten those records. Therefore, I would have issued a subpoena to St. Francis for all medical records for the treatment of Tyre Nichols.
I'm going to pass to you. One moment, Judge, if you don't mind. You had an opportunity to review that?
Yes, sir.
What's the date of that subpoena?
That subpoena is dated the 11th of January, 2023.
Look this document over and see if you recognize it.
Correct. This would be the actual receipt of the medical records from St. Francis based on the subpoena that I hold in my hand here.
Right. The date of the subpoena is January 11th.
Correct.
What does that memo say from the TBI that St. Francis gave you records? What's the date of that? February
February 6th, 2023.
So 1 day shy of 1 month from when you issued the subpoena, is that right?
I did not issue the subpoena. Another agent did.
I'm sorry for referring to you and TBI.
Well, I mean, yeah, I get it. But another agent who initially was working on the case issued the subpoena while I was gone.
Okay. But a subpoena was issued by the TBI on what date, sir?
The subpoena was issued on the 11th of January, 2023, and I received the records on February the 6th, 2023.
Did you receive them or TBI? Because we were got to be careful on this IU and TBI.
On February 6th, 2023, this agent, me, received the medical records for Tyre Nicols from St. Francis Hospital in regards to this case. In response to this subpoena, due to the voluminous nature of the medical records, a copy will be maintained by the case agent, and the rest will be provided to the district attorney's office for their review.
Judge, may I have those two documents sequentially numbered as the next exhibit? First being the subpoena, second being the response to the subpoena.
No. Where we'll show the subpoena marked as exhibit 27. We will show the subpoena return as exhibit 28.
And as part of that subpoena return that St. Francis provided you items, did they provide the blood and urine samples?
I have to go back and look at the medical records.
Would you agree with me that, let me see if I can do it this way. How many agents did you have from the TBI Jackson office or any office of TBI working the Tyre Nichols case while you were out on COVID? Kim Covington? Is that one of them?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chu, is that another one?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ellis, is that another one?
Yes, sir.
How many more?
Several more. You know, you've got the lab, you've got admins, you've got analysts.
No, agents. I asked about agents.
Commissioned agents.
Okay.
And I'm talking about people who weren't even there that reviewed body cams, so you've got to add them. I'd say at least 10, but once again, I'd have to go back and report to give you an exact number.
See if this sums it up. The TBI was investigating these cops. I call them cops, not out of disrespect. These cops alleged aggravated assault on Tyre Nichols, correct?
Correct.
And that investigation was with the end goal in mind of prosecuting these officers for that alleged aggravated assault. Is that right?
I wouldn't call it an end goal. Our job as a TBI is to gather the facts of the case, all of the evidence, turn it over to the district attorney's office for their review, determine any charges whatsoever. We're not a charging agency. We don't just charge somebody. We let the district attorney's office handle all that.
Right. And one of the allegations is that Mr. Nichols fought with the police that night, was it not?
That was one of the allegations.
And one of the allegations was that Mr. Nichols was under the influence of some sort of drug or something that made his pain tolerance off the charts. That was one of the allegations made, right?
That was something that was said, yes, sir.
Did you or the TBI look into that?
Yes, sir. But based on our review of video footage and based on everything else, it appeared to us that didn't occur.
Okay. One moment, John. Yes, sir. You were a cop at one time in Germantown, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
You've had to arrest a number of people in Germantown, haven't you?
Oh, absolutely.
And I'm 63 years old, not great shape. You're a big man. How tall are you?
6'4".
If I don't want you to put my hands behind my back, do you believe you can do it?
Everybody's different. I've learned that from the smallest guy, you would think you couldn't, to the biggest guy. I mean, everybody's different.
Right. But if a suspect, one suspect,
okay,
and only one officer, doesn't want his hands cuffed, how much of a fight is it?
It's always a fight.
That's all I have.
Very
Special Agent Baker.
Yes, sir.
Special Agent Baker, you were asked a few moments ago from Mr. Zuma questions regarding a call regarding a particular poll camera and review of the poll camera.
Yes, sir.
And I think you were asked questions regarding review of 6705
Ross Ridge, which I refer to, I believe, was our number 50 initially.
Our number 50. Did you review all of the videos at any particular point?
Did I review all the videos?
All videos that were submitted to you?
No, I did not.
All right. Who reviewed most of the videos that would have been submitted?
So each video submitted is reviewed by an agent. So say you asked me about a body camera for a particular officer, there'd be a certain agent who would review that, summarize it, and also provide a report for that.
Now, you were asked specific questions regarding Mr. Nichols and whether or not during the course of your investigation you paid any attention to the conduct of Mr. Nichols, correct?
Correct.
And the conduct of Mr. Nichols, both at the time prior to being pulled over, would have been of importance, correct? To your investigation.
Sure, absolutely.
In other words, information regarding whether or not he was driving and the distance of driving, etc. Those things were a part of your investigation file.
They're part of the investigation, but
and I understand the focus.
Let me finish. So we would look at the whole case, but our job was to ask to look at the actual assault. So obviously we would look at that and see what led to it, but that was not the end goal of the investigation.
Right. Information regarding what led to it, though, would be important to your investigation.
Sure.
Information regarding what Mr. Nichols was doing in relations to trying to actively resist, would that have been important to your investigation?
It would have been part of the case.
Part of the case would have been to find out if it would have been of any importance to you or relevance, whether or not Mr. Nichols was in any way evading what would initially be a lawful arrest.
Sure.
And you were shown that 6705 Ross Ridge, that was pointed out to you a few weeks ago or a month or so ago.
It's been a little, I think back in February, I believe. March, February, somewhere around there.
And to be clear, that pointing out to you, that didn't come from MPD.
No, sir. No, sir.
Didn't come from any other agency. Now, you realize that there was a whole another case and a whole other court, right?
Oh, yes.
Federal. And as a part of that federal case, you had agents that would have been there when people were interviewed, et cetera, right?
Correct.
And as a part of that investigation, and during the time frame related to that, did that 6705 Ross Ridge video ever come to your attention?
No, sir.
Did it ever come to your attention that it needed to be a part of a supplement?
Once I was aware of the video and what I observed in the video, I mean, obviously, Mr. Zuma told me about the video. Not that I don't believe Mr. Zuma, but I still want to see it with my own eyes. Once I saw that with my own eyes, that's the right thing to do.
Right, and just several years, as was stated earlier, correct?
Sure.
And you still said that, hey, just because Martin said, look at it, I didn't necessarily take his word that this was something worth me calling Mr. Hagerman about, right?
No, I would take his word, but I have to, in order for me to write a report, I have to see what the allegation is or what was on the video.
In other words, this is your job. This is not just you, somebody
Oh,
telling you
no, it's
something.
absolutely, it's my job.
And so as a part of your job, just because the defense counsel says, hey, look at this, you don't automatically write a supplement, right?
No, sir.
And you wouldn't have any problems on the other end of the phone saying, hey, Mark, this ain't worth my time, right?
If it was something to do with the case and had evidentiary value to it, I absolutely would. Same as if you called me and said, Mr. Baker, I saw something in this video. You mind taking a look at it? I would do the same for you.
No, I understand that. Let me be clear. You, because you looked at it, thought it was important enough, just like you just said,
right,
to have written a supplement.
Absolutely.
Regarding it.
Absolutely.
And in that video, you said that you remember looking at the person walking behind cars, right?
Correct.
Walking in between cars, right?
Correct.
Did you make a note in your file regarding a particular point in the video where there seemed to have been something that looked different about the condition of the vehicle or the back of a vehicle after Mr. Nichols walks off of the screen in the video?
So the condition of a parked vehicle
It was
or a
parked
vehicle
vehicle.
driving by?
Let me ask you this way. Do you remember the vehicles and the locations of the vehicles in the video?
Yes.
And there appeared to be at least two different vehicles.
Correct.
Those vehicles did not appear to move during the course of the video.
They appear to be stationary parked.
Right, and it appeared that Mr. Nichols walked at first to the front of the vehicle that would have been the eastmost facing. I don't know if you would know the direction.
Right. So they've been pointing east.
Right, and there was a vehicle that would have been the eastmost facing vehicle, the one
Correct.
that was in front.
Correct.
He walks to the front.
Correct.
Then he walks to the middle of the two vehicles.
Of the two vehicles.
Right.
The void in between the two.
Right, and then he eventually walks off screen west of the vehicle.
Correct.
When he walks west, does the condition of that westmost facing vehicle, the rear end of that vehicle, does it appear to have an instrument placed at the bottom of it?
So I reviewed that video and I know where you're going with this, and let me give you my view on that. So when he walks off back to the west, you can actually see a lighting change. And I believe that to be like a ring camera or a motion type camera or light, I'm sorry, that went off. That light caused a reflection that looks like an object, because once that light goes off, it disappears. So once you look at that video, it's a glare, not an object.
That would have been a good premise, but we got the video.
Right.
And I'm not sure.
I could be happy to show you.
Yeah. It's in evidence. Right, it's in evidence. I don't remember the exact number, but it's already been on. Yeah, I have it here.
Your Honor, do you mind if I stand over here, because I'm old and blind, and do you have a pointer by any chance? I can point with my finger. I'm gonna follow here so the jury can see. Actually, you mind if I stand up there? So go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure if court wants the lights dim or what have you for it, but.
Well, I'm gonna allow you to ask the questions, and then I'll allow you to respond to the questions and indicate as you need to with your testimony. But I need you to speak loud to make sure that the court reporter can hear your comments. So if you want to go ahead and hit those lights. No, you turn them all down. All right, you can proceed with your question.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Estes. And second, is this the 6705 Ross Ridge video that we've been discussing?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever go out on that street yourself?
I did not go out on that street.
All right. I'm going to hit play. Can you see the actual? We're going to go just with the number at the top. It's 20, 27, 50, 55 when we're starting. And I'm going to ask that you tell us to stop when you first see Mr. Nichols or the suspect.
The person who I believe to be
Yes, sir.
right there.
All right, pause. At this point, Mr. Nichols has walked past the back of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And has there been any motion sensor going off?
No, sir.
What's the timestamp on? I'm sorry.
28:57. Actually, been 28:55 when he first came to the frame.
All right, 2028, you said 57?
55 when he came in the frame.
All right. Thank you. Okay, we're going to continue. Pause. Can you give me the timestamp at the top, please?
20:29:17.
All right. There's the vehicle that just drove past. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any motion sensor apparently having gone off?
No, sir.
Being triggered?
No, sir.
Play. Pause. Can you read that timestamp?
20:29:33.
Is there another vehicle that has just driven by?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear that any motion sensor would have gone off?
No, sir.
Play. Do you see Mr. Nichols again?
I do.
Pause. What time is it?
20:29:49.
Where approximately is Mr. Nichols at this point?
Right here, behind the right rear of this minivan. And if you continue,
Back it up just a little bit before you continue. All right. Right now, you see him in between the vehicles, correct? All right. And this is 29:46.
correct.
All right. Now hit play.
Boom. Stop. 20:29:53. That's where we have this, I believe, light come on. Here. Keep going, please.
Hold on. Pause. Pause again. You point to where you say you see a light come on.
You're gonna have to go back about 2 seconds.
All right.
All right, we'll hit play again. You're gonna see something pop on. Now let it play. .
20:29:53.
play.
All right, that's it, 20.
See another car come by.
Correct.
Notice that light's still on. See another car come this way, right there.
Right. That's, I think it's from 2027 until 2029 and 52 seconds.
Correct.
You do not see a light at the lower portion of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then after Mr. Nichols walks past the vehicle, immediately, there appears to be an object at the bottom of that vehicle, not from the top.
About right here,
Yes,
that's when the light comes on. You notice we go back and start with where the light comes on.
let's do it one more time.
What time does the light come on?
2029:53.
We might just get close up to the.
And what we're gonna do is stop at 2029:51, just to give you that second. Can't, I'm just scared to.
All right, go back. So that the light comes on. Go back 10 seconds. And I want you to keep your eye focused right here. Once that car passes, and when this light comes on, when he walks by and gets over here, possibly up in this yard, I want you to keep your eye focused right there when that light pops on. Not the car light. There's the individual.
Stop it on 51.
He's
Stop right now. Right.
That light comes on, that right there pops on. In my experience from cameras and lighting and stuff like that, that's going to be a reflection based on what I believe to be some sort of motion sensor light, probably closer to the house, which leads me to believe that that individual, rather than go straight down the street, he probably went further into the yard, causing that light sensor to go off.
And you, 2029:53, that's when we see the light pop on.
Yes.
You will, I guess, admit that there is a reflection. And you will also say the fact that there's been two vehicles that have passed that vehicle, right?
also will agree with me that the direction that Mr. Nichols walked from would be from the south side of that vehicle. In other words, the passenger side of the vehicle.
Correct, on this
Not
side.
the driver's side, right?
But I don't know where he went once he went there. He could have gone that way, he could have come this way, I don't know, because the camera doesn't show us.
But you do see a dot at the back of that vehicle, yes or no?
I do.
And you can cut the light on and you can go back to your seat if you like, at this point. Do you remember when these videos would have been received from TBI?
I have to look at the case report, give you the exact date.
All right. And it would have been simultaneous though with the same date as the other video from Ross and Castlegate?
More than likely, but there were so many videos obtained that they could have come and the way we get all these videos is through a download system, and it's extremely time consuming due to the data size. We're talking gigabyte, terabytes of information.
Right, but the two that we would have received, Skycam would have been from that location,
Right.
6705, and the Ross and Castlegate Skycam, correct?
Correct.
So at least somebody reviewed it at some point and turned it over to TBI, correct?
Correct.
Indicating that it had some importance, right?
Well, they would turn over every single video obtained, not necessarily that they're reported or not, but any video whatsoever that they would have had of the general area, they would have turned over to us.
The ones that we would have received in discovery would have been these two. Is that fair?
Oh, yeah.
From your case file. And being the fact that the person that you identified as somebody wearing clothing similar to the person that you would come to know as Tyre Nichols, at least somebody thought it had some value to the case, right?
Sure.
And according to your case file, did anybody go out to see if there was a motion sensor in that yard?
Not to my knowledge.
To your knowledge, did anybody go out on the next day to look around and canvass what was left out there?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
And your file to this date has nothing about anybody getting any information from the houses in that particular area about a motion sensor, about whether or not at 202952 there was an instrumentality, nope, other credit cards, anything left at the back of that vehicle.
No, sir.
Good afternoon, Agent Becker, Mike Stengel, and I represent Demetrius Taylor. First, on this 6705 Ross Ridge video, Ross Ridge is in between Ross and Rains and Ross and Castleton, correct? Correct. And part of the reason you can attribute this video and the person slinking around those two cars as consistent with Tyre Nichols includes the time of this video, correct?
Correct.
It's in between him fleeing the officers at the traffic stop at Ross and Rains.
Correct.
And him running from officers at Ross and Castleton.
Yes.
And as the case agent, you're aware, you've already testified that Mr. Nichols' car was searched, correct?
Yes.
It was searched pursuant to a warrant that the TBI got as part of this investigation. And photographs were taken of the contents of his car.
Correct.
Prior to anything being returned to him, correct? I'm going to show you 8 or 9 pictures and ask if you recognize them as some of the pictures. There were.
Sure. Sure, these were, I believe, things that were photographed from the contents of the vehicle.
Okay, those are photographs that were taken from the content of, some of the contents of the vehicle during the search by TBI agents.
Sure.
Correct?
You want to be about-
Your Honor, I've asked that those be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
So these 9 photos of the contents of Mr. Nichols' car at Exhibit 29.
And before I get permission to publish these Agent Baker, they were of credit cards, debit cards, correct?
Yes.
That were found in the car. And when law enforcement took the pictures, some of the names and numbers were blanked out, correct?
I believe so, yes.
I may publish that. Is this a photograph of a Visa commercial card that was in Mr. Nichols' car when it was searched?
I believe so, yes, sir.
This is the back.
Yes, sir.
Here is another picture of a credit card that was in his vehicle when it was searched, correct?
Correct.
Picture of the back of that card.
Yes.
And here is a picture of a learner's permit for an Oswaldo Garcia Pena that was in his car at the time of the search.
Correct.
Picture of the back of that learner's permit, correct?
Sure.
The picture of a Inquis debit card that was in his vehicle at the time, correct?
Correct.
And a picture of the back of a MasterCard that was in his vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And a picture of a high school ID for a Jordan Riley that was in his car at the time of the search, correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, those documents were returned to the Nichols family as part of the contents of his car,
I
correct?
believe so, yes, sir.
Now, you also testified that the, on the night of January 7th, the night of the incident, boots were seized from 6 officers, correct?
Correct.
And they were submitted to the TBI to be tested, correct?
Correct.
And you, as the lead case agent, received a report, forensic, I guess it's forensic biology report, is that it?
That's correct.
Okay, that,
So that's gonna be, basically, that's gonna be our DNA unit.
DNA unit, that's the result of the DNA testing on the boots and other, like the DNA testing related to this case.
Correct.
And it includes the boots seized from the officers, correct?
Correct.
I'd ask that that be marked as the next number of exhibit.
All right, we'll show the TBI forensic biology report, 7 pages, and exhibit 30.
document. You testified that there were psilocybin mushrooms seized from during the search of Mr. Nichols' car, correct?
Yes.
And of course, that being a Schedule I narcotic, it was not returned as contents to the family. Was it? It was seized and sent off for testing,
Yes.
correct? And you, as the agent, received a report on the testing of those items submitted, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to the mushroom, there was also some plant material and paraphernalia sent for testing, correct?
It was.
And that's a report from those items sent for testing.
Yes.
And it confirms that seized from his car during the search was plant material containing psilocybin, the mushroom.
Well, let me read you exactly the sent, so we're all on the same page. So there were 4 items sent: the mushroom material, charred residue, plant material residue, burnt substance. Item 12A was the mushroom material. That was a positive for psilocybin. I have the worst time pronouncing it. 1.77 grams. 13A, which is a charred residue, that tested positive for Delta 9, which is basically a cannabinoid marijuana. 13B, plant material residue, that also tested positive for cannabis. And then 14A, the burnt substance, was 0.06 grams, and that testified positive for cannabis.
So the forensic chemistry report, 2 papers, marked exhibit 31.
You know, we get stipulated to that, even though the toxicologist and the DNA expert's not here. There's an agreement we reached with Mr. Single, everybody earlier.
All right, thank you.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, state.
All right, first, we told you a couple days ago that the air conditioner was out of here, didn't we?
You did, and I'm very thankful for
I'm not.
I know the jurors are thankful as well.
They don't know how thankful, because I'm not gonna tell them what you care.
Right, well, they don't want to know.
So that's it. This, you said it, why?
Well, initially, when you have a case like this, a lot of times the actual aggravated assault would be like in an officer-involved shooting or a lot of custody deaths. The actual aggravated assault victim would be the actual law enforcement officer. In this case, it turned out to be the opposite, where the victim of this was the victim of an aggravated assault.
But you hear the victim wasn't law enforcement officer.
Correct.
Were the suspects law enforcement officers?
Yes, sir.
And why did it start out aggravated assault versus murder?
Because Mr. Nichols at that point was still alive.
When he died, did it become murder?
Became a murder investigation once he passed.
Now, when law enforcement officers, MPD officers, are suspects in criminal cases, does MPD investigate that?
A lot of times they do. In this case, since it was such a serious issue, and then it was determined to be what we would call an in-custody death. 99% of the time, the TBS, when you call it to investigate.
TBI, in that situation, MPD makes a late night phone call to the district attorney. Is that right? District attorney makes a late night phone call to TBI. Is that correct?
Calls TBI.
And then y'all take over the investigation. And that's how this works.
Correct.
You, though, were out.
I was out during the first several days of this.
There's another, I don't want to say law enforcement, but there's another agency involved in this investigation. Now, let me see what I mean. You know who the Shelby County Medical Examiner's Office is?
Yes,
Did they have a role in this investigation?
yes.
In fact, during the course of this investigation, in the very first few days, were TBI agents, including yourself, in contact with the Shelby County Medical Examiner's Office? Mr. Zumach asked about hospital records.
Correct.
Right? TBI subpoenaed hospital records.
Correct.
Were you aware that the medical examiner's office also got hospital records?
Yes, sir. They don't have, they have full access to any record they want.
Because they're actually the highest ranking of anybody on the scene.
Technically, yes, when it comes to a death.
They have the ability to obtain the hospital samples
Absolutely.
directly
Directly.
and don't have to wait for you.
No.
Were you aware that Dr. Ross had actually obtained the samples from the hospital?
Later, but knowing Dr. Ross, that I know how he operates, that's what he's going to do.
And had you spoken to Dr. Ross in the few days after this, after Mr. Nichols unfortunately passed, about how the autopsy was going?
Yes,
About what his initial impressions were?
yes,
And did he tell you that his initial impression was that this was a homicide?
yes,
That it was trauma to the head?
yes, sir.
But did he tell you that he's gonna send brain slides and everything else off for look by other experts?
Yes, sir. There's an expert in New York. We have particularly unfortunate cases like this that they will send off, and I apologize to the family and attendants, but they take brain slices and they send those off to a pathologist who specializes in that field in order to do a further study that the MD's office here can't, won't say can't handle, but it's a much more comprehensive exam.
And you were talking to Dr. Ross and his people as it went,
Oh, yes.
in Atlanta.
Absolutely.
Mr. Nichols dies. It's a homicide.
Homicide.
And you, TBI wanted to obtain all the video they possibly could, correct?
Anything, turn over every time.
Body worn cameras of the suspects,
Correct.
of the ones that had body worn cameras.
Correct.
Any sort of whole cameras or thing like that.
Anything that the MPD says that they have. So we say we want the whole cameras, you have to carry. Can't get that.
And when you ask for it, they're supposed to get it to you, right?
Yes, sir.
Are they supposed to be trying to investigate themselves and doing their own review of tape and stuff?
No, sir, not at all.
Because that's the whole point. They have a conflict.
We are TBI, we are known as an independent agency. We are totally independent. We don't answer to anybody, basically, except for this attorney.
So they turn over videos to you.
Correct.
Your agents review the various videos. Is that correct?
Numerous videos.
And was there one video in particular that got everybody's attention immediately?
Yes.
And what video is that?
That was the video that actually saw the major incident. Reason why we're here, basically.
Pretty deep in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
Pretty rare to get.
From my understanding, was almost kind of accidental to get that video.
Once you saw that video, were you still interested in investigating? You understand what I'm saying?
Did you rephrase that?
When you saw the video, did you believe there was criminal conduct that needed further investigation?
Oh, yes.
On behalf of
Well, the officers that needed, from my view of what happened in that video, we need to further investigate the circumstances of that,
from what you saw?
from what we saw.
Would it be fair to say the kicks to the head?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say the punches with people with the arms?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say the kicks on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say what was not told to medical personnel?
Yes, sir.
Did you still want to investigate that after you found like, how many grams did you say? Was it 1.77 grams of mushroom material? Did you still want to investigate that after you found 1.77 grams of mushroom material in his car?
Specifically in the trunk, so no.
In the trunk.
Right.
So you find 1.77 grams of mushrooms here in the trunk, y'all say, hey, he had some mushrooms in his car, let's forget this whole thing.
That's not how we operate.
Is that how anybody operates?
Not to my knowledge.
When y'all found some gift cards and debit cards and credit card and a school ID or whatever in his car, at that point, did you say, let's just not investigate this?
No, sir, because honestly, the cards that we just saw to me look like gift cards. I don't know whose those are. I assume they were his. The ID, I don't know if it's stolen. I don't know if it was a friend that was left in the car. But to me, it had no direct bearing on what I was asked to investigate.
Yeah, and let's assume they are stolen. It does say there's some stolen cards in his car. Let's say that.
Say they would say everything in that car was stolen. It still has, to me, no bearing on the seriousness of the case I was asked to investigate. I was not asked to investigate stolen credit cards or contents of the vehicle.
Because you have a little bit of mushroom material in your car, what happens next to you is still a crime, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you have some cards, gift cards or credit cards, whatever you want to assume they are in your car, what happens next to you is still a crime, right?
Correct.
And if I'm right, y'all found this, obviously, after all this happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
These police officers here on trial and the other two, they hadn't found it.
No, sir.
They didn't even know about it.
No, sir.
So is it fair to say that what happened on that poll cam, the surprise, coincidence, love, catching, has nothing to do with the mushroom material in the car, the cards in the car, or anything else these officers didn't even know about?
No, sir.
So you just keep investigating.
No, sir.
Do you, I can't pronounce it. Okay, psilocybin or, you know, I can't pronounce it. But you know, it's, mushrooms, what people, you know, call it.
Psychedelic.
Yeah, it's like a recreational drug that people take, and maybe it's a.
Objection, Your Honor, he's testifying. We've gone far afield when it comes to leading. Objection, leading, testifying.
This is cross-examination, so I'll allow for the questions, but I'll go ahead and just ask the question.
Is it some type of recreational hallucinogen, like something like that?
Oh, yes.
And let me pass you this picture here. What's that? Is that just some sort of burnt material or something? Is that the mushroom that we're talking about?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, because it's just hard to say.
Right.
Because 1.7 grams is how much or something?
No way to gram. So $1.
Have you had occasion to arrest people for having mushrooms before?
It's been years, but the last time was because the person had a gigantic Ziploc bag.
Oh, big huge bag.
Huge bag. Yeah, but I've never arrested anybody for a mushroom or anything like that.
Something like you sell.
Oh yeah, there was definitely it was a distribution ring.
The guy with the gigantic bag of all those mushrooms, did he have superhuman strength?
Little bitty guy.
Your experience, have you ever found mushroom use associated with superhuman strength?
Not from my experience, not.
It's a psychedelic.
Right.
You ever found marijuana associated with superhuman strength?
Yeah, I'm not going to dig with qualifications. He's not qualified. with any sort of pharmacologist. He doesn't have any sort of testimony to, or any sort of credentials that we can rely on, pharmacokinetics, nothing along those lines. He's not testifying, he's not testifying.
I'll withdraw that and lay a foundation. Have you arrested people with marijuana before?
Yes. Yes.
You arrested people under the influence of marijuana before?
Yes.
Have you found those people that have superhuman strength?
Not one time. Very peaceful.
That's all my questions, Judge.
Agent Baker, Mr. Hagerman went through a series of scenarios with you. Oh, we found a small mushroom. Stop investigating this death. No one suggested to you to shift your sights over to Tyre Nicols and away from the death. Right? No one suggested that. Okay, so those questions about, gee, you should have stopped what you were doing, but the police officers didn't go look at Tyre Nicols. No one suggested that to you, right?
You gotta rephrase that.
I didn't phrase the question, sir. It was a ludicrous question. No one asked you to stop investigating Tyre Nicols, and no one told you to stop investigating the police officers when you found these things.
No.
My question to you is, in conducting an investigation, it's a very broad investigation to determine what was going on when this incident happened, right?
Correct.
There was allegations of resisting arrest, right?
Correct.
So you have to look into why I think you called him a victim, why the victim was involved with the police that night anyway, right?
Correct.
And one of those very reasonable conclusions would be that the victim, as you call him, had evidence of crime in his car and was attempting to get away from that car. Isn't that a fair assumption?
It could be.
And if you were investigating it, you would pick up the phone and you'd call someone named Kelly Rogers or Pena Garcia or Jordan Riley and say, can you explain to us, sir, how your IDs and credit cards ended up in this car? If you were investigating.
Yeah, but I wouldn't investigate that.
That's right. That's all I'm having.
I've noticed when this side of the table asks questions.
You're going to object to this question already. Can we approach?
Not at the time that you were out for COVID, but at some point you became the lead case agent on behalf of TBI.
Right.
this is your case, right? Especially that all of the arrests, now I'm going back before your TBI age, all of your arrests has been pretty much thorough, just like word, the type of arrest that you say, sir, turn around, you put your hands behind your back.
Oh, no.
And you never had any difficulty arresting anybody that just didn't want to be arrested while you were a particular police officer through the years that you were in law enforcement.
I had many difficulties.
And how many years did you serve in law enforcement?
This will be my 25th, going on my 26th year.
And how many of those years did you serve in the capacity as a detective or a special agent?
All but 5.
Okay. And so all but those 5 years, did you ever work in OCU?
I was never worked for MPD.
And so did you ever do any sort of work in what would be considered vice, for instance?
No, well, if you count drug work, work fugitive, but.
In your work as a non-just regular uniform officer. As a uniform officer, sometimes the arrest work is a little bit easier than if you're in a capacity as a vice officer or an OCU officer or in some of the other capacities that you might have served in. Is that true?
I don't think I can answer that way. I don't think anything's easier. I think each arrest is always different.
Okay. All right. January 7th, 2023. Were you out there arresting a man that had these credit cards, debit cards in his car?
No.
Were you out there trying to arrest a man that had driven 2 miles away from blue lights when they first came on?
No.
Were you out there trying to arrest a person that had run from 3 different locations?
No.
Were you out there trying to arrest a person, and I don't care if he had a little bit of dope or a little bit of mushrooms or a little bit of this, or a little bit of that? You don't know anything about Tyre Nicols, correct?
Nothing.
You don't know anything about his strength, right? You don't know if it's superhuman or subhuman,
I
right?
have no idea.
And out there on that particular night, you could not place yourself in the position of either Tyre Bean or anybody sitting here on trial.
Absolutely not.
So your testimony regarding and all that stuff, that is what he's conduct in this particular, what your file has. You did not investigate Mr. Nichols as it relates to why he would have been motivated to run, right?
No.
You didn't investigate Mr. Nichols regarding why he did not want bracelets put on him.
No.
And you don't know anything about his strength, about how much he resisted any of that, right?
Well, I mean, I can see on the video how he resisted.
He was actively resisting in the video.
But I can't.
No,
No, let me finish. Let me finish.
Ask the question. Make sure you get the opportunity to answer the question.
Yes, sir.
So go ahead and ask the question, let him have the opportunity to answer.
Yes, sir. Now, you see, yes, sir. You just said he was actively resisting, correct? From the video that you watched.
Correct.
All right. And you weren't out there to know how difficult it would have been to get him to stop actively resisting.
Absolutely not.
That's all.
Yep. You were gonna complete your answer and you didn't get to. You were asked about his resistance in the video.
You know, that I'm not there. I can't put myself in those officers' shoes. I mean, I think he's trying to get that. You want to put yourself in the officer's shoes. I want to know what they did, what they saw, but based on the investigation, this is what I saw. But I can't tell you Mr. Nichols' strength. I can't tell you anything about his past because I don't know. And that's what I want you to know, or the jury to know, that I have no idea about Mr. Nichols' history. I was asked to work a case involving the death of Mr. Nichols. And what was the reason behind it, and who possibly caused it. Turn over that information to the district attorney and let them decide how to move forward.
And what you turned over included that poll cam footage
Yes,
that you consider crucial.
absolutely.
Anything else on this witness?
No.
Thank you. Your Honor, what do you do? Okay.
wasn't a good start.
Oh.
Your Honor, at this time, we would call Preston Hemphill to the stand.
Before we bring that witness, is there anybody that needs a break? All right, we need to take a brief recess.
Court standing recess.
bring more to the original IDs and the credit cards that have been spoken of by Agent Chuck Baker, and that's what's contained in this plastic bag. We'd like to enter it into evidence.
We'll go ahead and show that exhibit 32. The original 7 cards and IDs. We'll show that as exhibit 32, show the original, what's been entered as evidence in exhibit 29, the pictures of the IDs. All right, Vince, you ready with your next witness?
We call Preston Hemphill to the stand, Your Honor.
Sir, do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth to help you out? Yes, sir. Okay, have a seat, sir. All right, you can proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you state and spell your first and last name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, sir. First name is Preston, Preston. Last name is Hemphill, Hemphill.
And Mr. Hemphill, is your appearance to testify here today pursuant to a subpoena certified?
Yes, sir.
January 7th, 2023. Where were you employed?
I was employed with the Memphis Police Department.
And what was your job that day?
I was with the Scorpion 1 team.
And what was the Scorpion team's purpose back then?
The purpose for the Scorpion team was to go to high crime areas.
How did it go about? How did officers of the Scorpion 1 team go about that at that time?
We would go into areas, either see people like ordering at gas stations for an extended period of time, cars with reason to pull them over, and just go from there.
What do you mean by reason to pull a car over?
Tags expired after so long of not using, or a brake light burnt out, or not even turning your headlights on. Just,
Traffic violation.
yes, sir.
And what was your uniform that day?
It was a pair of black uniform pants, a black t-shirt that said police on the front, and my external vest that said Memphis Police across the chest with my body cam.
And did you carry any weapons as part of your uniform?
Yes, sir.
What weapons did you carry?
I had a taser, my duty issued pistol, pepper spray, and an asthmaton.
And were you required, as part of your employment as a police officer, to carry those weapons?
Yes, sir.
And that included your duty service revolver, correct?
Pistol, yes, sir.
What was your shift that night?
I believe it was 6 o'clock at night till 2 in the morning.
And do you recall participating in the traffic stop at about 8:20 to 8:30 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And describe the car that was stopped?
It was a blue Nissan, I believe Sentra. I'm not familiar with the model.
And at the time that the stop was made, did you have any idea who the occupants were?
No, sir.
Did you even know how many occupants there were?
No, sir.
Why not?
I couldn't see through the tinted windows and just didn't have time to see any other people.
Where did that stop occur?
Can you
let's start, how did you become involved in making a traffic stop of that car?
Myself, Haley, and Martin were all single file. Martin said he saw a car speeding. Martin attempted to pull the vehicle over. The vehicle refused to stop, and we found the vehicle at Ross and Rains.
Were you in radio communication with other Scorpion officers?
Yes, sir.
And you used the names Martin and Haley. Do you recall first names?
I don't recall the first name.
Was it Demetrius Haley
Yes, sir.
and Emmett Martin?
Yes, sir.
And they were also members of Scorpion Team 1 at the time?
Yes, sir.
Who initiated the attempt to stop the blue Nissan Sentra?
Officer Martin.
And were you in the same location when he radioed that he was going to stop this car?
Yes, sir.
And who else was there?
Officer Haley.
So 3 members of Scorpion Team 1 in the same job. And how did Martin attempt to stop the vehicle?
He turned on his blue lights. He activated his siren to initiate the traffic stop. And at that time, he keyed up on the radio saying the vehicle was fleeing.
Okay. And are you familiar with the phrase getting little?
Yes, sir.
What does that phrase mean in police talk?
He's running from the police.
Did Martin use that phrase on the radio?
I don't recall.
Where were you when you first saw this blue Nissan Sentra?
We were southbound on Riverdale, coming out from under 385.
Okay. And is that where you were when you first saw the blue Nissan Sentra?
Yes, sir.
And is that where you saw Martin activate his blue lights?
No, sir.
Where did you see Martin activate his blue lights?
He activated his blue lights right after we went through Winchester. We were still on Riverdale.
Okay. Southbound down Riverdale, correct?
Yes, sir.
You recall the speed limit on Riverdale?
I believe it's 45.
Did you observe the blue Nissan Sentra commit any traffic violations?
At which time?
Well, on Riverdale.
After Martin lit him up, yes, sir.
What traffic violations did you observe the blue Nissan Sentra commit on Riverdale?
Changed lanes twice without a blinker and fleeing from the police.
Were those traffic violations, to your understanding, a legal reason to pull over the blue Nissan Sentra?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue following the blue Nissan Sentra?
Yes, sir.
Who else continued following it?
Myself, Officer Haley, and Officer Martin.
And where did the pursuit continue?
We were traveling south on Riverdale. They turned right to travel west on Ross, and it Rains, not Ross. They were traveling west on Rains, and they came to a stop at Rains and Ross.
Were you able to observe the Sentra the entire time you were following it down Riverdale and Rains?
No, sir.
Why not?
Officer Haley and Martin passed me, and I was in the back.
How fast, well, you said it was 45 on Riverdale, correct?
Yes, sir.
What's the speed limit on that section of Rains?
I believe it's 45 as well.
Okay. And you fell behind
Yes, sir.
the Sentra, Haley and Martin?
Yes, sir.
And how fast did you get up to on Rains?
I don't remember.
Do you remember exceeding speed limit trying to catch up?
Yes, sir.
Did the actions on Riverdale increase? Why and how?
Reckless driving, getting away from the police, and just fleeing from the police increases the risk of the traffic stop.
Tell the jury a little bit about your training about the risk of traffic stops and categories of risk.
So we had roughly two categories. You had the normal, to an extent, traffic stop where, someone pulls over, possibly give them a ticket, probably just a warning, let them go. You also have what they call high-risk traffic stops, where it might be someone with a warrant, someone that wants nothing to do with the police, and you just need to stay on your toes on that type of traffic stop.
So that would be called high risk, correct?
Yes, sir.
What's the other type called?
I don't remember the specific name, but I would just say just a normal, low-risk, run-of-the-mill traffic stop.
Okay. Before you pull a car over, how do you determine whether it's run-of-the-mill low risk or high risk?
You just get the sense after you've been an officer for a little bit. If the person's moving around a lot inside the car, if you can't see inside the windows, just little things for you to, I need to pay attention to this.
And some of those things you saw on Riverdale, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that included fleeing and not pulling over.
Yes, sir.
Continued, you described it as reckless driving.
Yes, sir.
And those switching lanes.
Switching and speaking, yes, sir.
What happened when you got to Ross and Rains?
When I got to Ross and Rains, Haley and Martin were already next to the Nissan.
Where was the Nissan?
It was in the left turn lane at Rains and Ross. Facing westbound, trying to turn left on the Ross.
Left or south?
Yes, sir.
What color was the light?
I don't remember.
Who was on the left?
Haley.
Who was on the passenger side?
Martin.
And where were you?
And I pulled up behind him.
Did, at the point that you arrived, was there anything else that elevated the risk of this traffic stop from your perspective?
The fleeing from the police, and I couldn't see inside the vehicle because of the tinted windows.
Which windows were tinted?
If I recall, it was the back window.
And you were approaching from the back,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Was it normal after fleeing and refusing to pull over to stop?
No, sir.
Did that concern you at the time?
Yes, sir.
And was that a factor in the risk of the traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
What did it do to the risk?
It lets us know that, hey, he's already run before, but why is he stopping? What are we fixing to get into next?
That ever happened to you before?
No, sir.
At the time, how long had you been a police officer?
At that time, I was a police officer for about 3 years.
And how long had you been on the school committee?
About 3 months.
And how often, if you can estimate, have you pulled over cars?
Probably every day.
Every work day?
Yes, sir.
For 3 years?
Yes, sir.
And this was the first time a car had fled and then stopped?
Yes, sir.
Describe what happened when you got there.
When I arrived, I saw approaching the car. I drew my pistol because I raised the pistol up and ran up to the car.
Who approached the driver's side?
Haley.
And what was he saying?
I don't remember.
Was he demanding that the driver get out of the car?
I don't remember what he was saying.
Did y'all get the driver out of the car?
Yes, sir.
Who did?
Haley got him out of the car.
How? Describe how he got him out of the car.
If I recall, he opened up the driver door and pulled Mr. Nichols out of the door.
Okay. You're familiar with the Memphis Police Department force continuum, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of those levels is empty hands control, correct?
Yes, sir.
Two categories, soft and hard.
Yes, sir.
Empty hands means no weapon in your hands, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was Demetrius Haley using empty hands control to get Mr. Nichols out of the car, or the
Yes,
driver out of the car?
Yes, sir.
Did you know who the driver of that car was at that point?
No, sir.
Until you got there, did you know how many occupants were in the car?
No, sir.
Did you ultimately learn that the driver of that car was Tyre Nichols?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, did either Martin or Haley know who the driver of that car was at that time of the stop on Rawson Range?
No, sir. Not to my knowledge.
What happened when Haley got the driver out of the car?
He tried to get handcuffs on him behind his back. At that time, he was struggling with us, and
Who was he?
Mr. Nichols.
Where was Haley initially trying to get the cuffs on?
He was pushing Mr. Nichols against the A-pillar between the door of the car and the car itself, trying to turn him around so he can get his hands behind his back.
And what did the driver choose to do at that time?
He refused to put his hands behind his back and managed to turn around and be facing toward Haley.
And how close were you at that time?
Maybe a foot, maybe 2 feet.
And how close was Martin at that time?
I don't recall.
What, during that time when the driver spun around in the A-frame, what did you hear Martin say?
I heard Martin scream, "Let go of my gun."
What did that statement by a fellow officer mean to you?
That someone's probably fixing to get hurt.
Explain why.
Because if you bring a gun into this, it can go deadly.
Our officers trained in gun safety.
Yes, sir.
Is it a serious matter to keep control of your service weapons at all times?
Yes, sir.
Is it potential, are you taught that it's a very serious situation if you lose control of your service weapon?
Yes, sir.
How did Martin's announcement change the risk at Rawson Range at that time?
It increased the risk.
How much?
As high as it can go with me.
Okay. And what happened next?
At that time, I heard someone say, "Take him to the ground." He was still resisting with us. I ended up pulling my taser out. I switched it on, but never had any electricity running through it. outside and told him I was fixing to tase him. At that point, we had him under control for a split second. I went to.
And what happened with the pepper spray?
It sprayed everybody.
Who is everybody?
Haley sprayed himself, Martin, myself, and Mr. Nichols.
Okay. And you said Mr. Nichols broke free, correct?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by broke free?
He managed to stand up. At that point, I went to go bear hug him to hold him at the scene. He broke free from me, and at that time, I saw him running toward a squad car that was still running with the door open. That's when I fired my taser.
And what happened with the taser shot?
It had no effect.
Do you know whether it made a good connection with the driver?
I know it did not make a good connection.
Did you know it at the time?
At that time, no, sir.
What happened next?
After he fled from us, myself and Haley tried to chase after him. During that, I also didn't have my glasses. Haley was succumbing to the pepper spray. I was feeling the pepper spray then. At that time, we quit the chase. I put it out on the radio, the description, and what direction the suspect ran. And I helped Haley back to his car.
Why didn't she have your glasses?
During the scuffle on the ground, they fell off.
And glasses pretty important to your vision.
Yes, sir.
How far did you run after the suspect?
Probably a block.
South End Ross?
Yes, sir.
How about Haley? How far did he run?
Probably about a block and a half. He was ahead of me.
Pretty obvious, but neither one of you caught him, correct?
Correct.
And that's the point when you stopped that you contacted dispatch on your radio, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said you put it out on the radio.
Yes, sir.
What exactly did you put out?
I put out on the radio that the taser was deployed, pepper spray was used. The suspect was last seen running southbound on Ross, and the closing description.
General description.
Yes, sir.
And that he had fled from the stop.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that you had helped Haley.
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
So after we weren't chasing anymore and I put out the description, Haley was walking back toward me. He said that he couldn't see because of the pepper spray, and I had to escort her back to his car so that he could get his water bottle to attempt to flush out his eyes.
Tell the jury about the flushing out of the eyes.
So with pepper spray, you just really try to get as most out of your eyes as you can, but even water doesn't really stop the pain. It just temporarily stops it.
Pepper spray that Scorpion officers carry is very strong, correct?
Yes, sir.
Stronger than you can buy at a sporting goods store, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. It's issued to you as part of your equipment, correct?
Yes, sir. It's issued to all MPD officers.
All MPD officers. And if it's used, you have to weigh the canister about how much it's used, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how long were you, am I correct that you spent some time dumping water on Haley's face and eyes at his request?
Yes, sir.
He was literally trying to pry them open, correct?
Yes, sir.
Took a while for him to be able to open his eyes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall exactly how long?
No, sir.
Would
Yes, sir.
that would be too long or not long enough?
It seemed like it'd be too short to me.
Okay. All of the time that this is going on, you and Haley are at Ross and Reigns, correct?
Yes, sir.
His car's there,
Yes, sir.
your car's there,
Yes, sir.
both undercover Scorpion cars.
Yes, sir.
And this blue Nissan Sentra is there.
Yes, sir.
Martin had left, correct?
Yes, sir.
And while you're there, you've got some duties because you shot the taser, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you have to do?
I had to first attempt to find both the prongs that come out of the taser cartridge, and then after that, I had to submit a memo saying why it was deployed. I had to get the serial number off of the cartridge and submit it off.
And you had to report and request fire department medical personnel, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during this time, y'all are at Ross and Reigns. You're helping Haley with the water, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're trying to find your glasses.
Yes, sir.
And you're dealing with the taser stuff.
Yes, sir.
Requesting the fire department.
Yes.
This case, correct?
Yes, sir.
What did you learn over the next several minutes about the suspect?
And they managed to locate him.
Who is that?
Mills, Bean, and Smith.
And do you recall where they located him?
At that time, I didn't know where they located him.
Okay. What happened when they located him, according to what you heard over the radio?
And there was still a scuffle going on.
Okay. And were more cars needed?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did Haley leave Ross and Reigns?
Yes, sir.
What did y'all know from the radio at the time that he left Ross and Reigns?
That the cars that were over there were still struggling.
MPD training, respond when other officers need help, correct?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, was Haley responding to the call for more cars?
Yes, sir.
That would be consistent with your training
Yes, sir.
and good policing at that time.
Yes, sir.
After Haley had left, did the fire department show up at Ross and Reigns?
Yes, sir.
And what type of personnel was it?
If I recall, just 2 firefighters.
Were they EMTs?
I don't recall.
Do you recall why they arrived at Ross and Reigns?
Yes, sir.
Why did they arrive there?
Per policy, anytime an officer uses pepper spray or a taser, you have to call the fire department out.
And you had done that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you called them out to check out the suspect, correct?
Yes, sir.
And once they got there, what did you tell them?
I was keying up on the radio asking if the fire department needs to go to where they are or if they were going to bring the suspect back to where I was.
What ended up happening?
They keyed, I believe it was Smith, keyed up on the radio saying you need to bring the fire department down to where we are.
Okay. What did the fire department know from you before you sent them down there?
That the suspect was at least pepper sprayed and tased.
Did they learn from you that there had been a struggle
Yes, sir.
and that he had fled? You stayed at Ralston Reigns with the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever go to Castlegate and Bear Creek?
No, sir.
While you were at Ralston Reigns, listening to the radio, was there a description of what force was used on Mr. Nichols at the other location?
No, sir, not that I recall.
I might have a moment with my client, John. Yes, sir. Before the driver fled Ralston Reigns, was it a difficult struggle to try and control him?
Yes, sir.
3 officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
1 suspect, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was he able to get away from the 3 of them?
Yes, sir.
Difficult struggle?
Yes, sir.
And the 3 officers failed to detain him, correct?
Yes, sir.
When Martin said, "Let go my gun," that increased the risk because of the fear that the suspect was getting the gun or trying to, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you relied on Martin's statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And proper policing, proper training, following procedure was to rely on that statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
Had to assume it was true,
Yes, sir.
and did.
Yes, sir.
And the result was to take the suspect to the ground,
Yes, sir.
where he continued to not cooperate,
Yes, sir.
continued to avoid being handcuffed.
Yes, sir.
You had your taser on his thigh,
Yes, sir.
not electrified.
Right. Yes, sir.
Haley deployed pepper spray,
Yes, sir.
and the suspect was still able to get away.
Yes, sir.
Was the driver, to your knowledge, incapacitated by the pepper spray?
No, sir.
Did, as he was running towards the car, did the taser, I guess shot, you shoot the taser,
Yes, sir.
did that incapacitate him at all?
No, sir.
He got away from you and Haley running after him.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have for this witness. I'm going to
played for you. Somebody helps me connect to that screen up there. Huh? Here it is. Mr. Hemphill, the prosecution and I have viewed this video, but I'm going to ask you to view this video. And I would offer to you that it is the path from 35 down Riverdale over to Range and Ross Road. I would ask that you look at it, and at the end, I'm going to ask you if it fairly recaptures your path and speeds. before you answer your questions, that is not a police dash cam video, okay? But the question is, does that video accurately depict the route and method of travel you, Martin, and Haley on the night in question, down Riverdale and on Range Road?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we will be, did I give it to you already? No. Your Honor, it's going to be admitted into evidence as part of the collective exhibit that we are collecting at this time.
Can you give us a description of what this is?
It's a video prepared with HD videography. I'm actually driving the vehicle for videotaping this at the speed reported.
I just wasn't sure if that was a dash cam of some sort or.
No, it's a stabilized HD video machine. So the record's clear. That is the route taken by Martin, Haley, and you in pursuing Tyre Nicols down Riverdale and then over on
Yes, sir.
Range Road. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
What we're doing, sir, is we're taking care of the video stuff first and I'll ask some questions. All right. I'm now going to show Mr. Kidhill's body worn camera. And instead of watching it all, because I think it's an hour and 52 minutes, I will be going to, we'll play it, and then I'll hit pause and ask you questions, okay?
All right.
And I'm only gonna go to that limit we said you're going to, okay? All right, first of all, sir, I'm gonna hit pause so that the jury understands what they're looking at. Your body cam is mounted about the middle of your chest, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is that the view captured by the body cam that was then recorded?
Yes, sir.
And is that the body cam from the night of January 7th as you, Martin, and Haley are pursuing Tyre Nicols?
Yes, sir.
Before I hit play, I want you to look. I don't have a pointer other than my finger. If you look, do you see a speedometer right there?
Yes, sir.
Is that your speedometer?
Yes, sir.
Is your vision good enough to see how fast you're going?
Yes, sir.
All right. I would offer to you, this is where you're about to make the right-hand turn on the Range Road at Marathon gas station, okay? Can you see how fast you're going right there?
Approximately 60 miles an hour.
Get that two of ours out of the way. You want to look at it again, see if it's a little bit more than that?
It's 60 miles an hour.
All right. Did you testify earlier that as you made the right-hand turn on the Range, Martin and Haley were in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Nichols was in front of them?
Yes, sir.
And did you testify that even at whatever speed that was, 60, 64, whatever it was, all three cars were getting away from you?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean they're going faster than you?
Yes, sir.
I see blue lights flashing. Whose blue lights are those?
It's my blue lights.
Did you activate them?
Yes, sir.
The way MPD body cams are set up, when you activate your blue lights, does your body cam, if it was not already recorded, would it begin recording?
Not with the undercover cars at the time.
Okay. You have to what?
You have to manually hit the button for it to start recording.
Both video and audio, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you got out of the car, did you activate the audio on your body worn camera?
Yes, sir.
And if you had not, we would not have audio, is that right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
directly in front of your car. You just got out of. Whose car is that?
Mr. Nichols.
The car just to the left of Tyre Nichols' car is whose car?
Officer Haley's.
If you look just in front of Tyre Nichols' car, you see a tire and a rim of another car. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And whose car is that?
Officer Martin.
You will see a man at the passenger door of Tyre Nichols' car. Who is that?
That is Officer Martin.
Do we see Haley in this clip yet?
Yes, sir, right there on the far left of the car on the left side, by the tail light.
Okay, y'all really don't understand me on this, okay? So I hit pause at 20:24:46. Ready? Do you recognize that voice that said, you heard what it said?
Yes, sir.
Whose voice is that?
Officer Haley.
Is that called verbal judo?
Yes, sir.
Trying to stop it at 20:24:58. We heard a voice saying, I'm not doing anything, something like that. Whose voice was that?
Mr. Nichols.
And whose voice is that saying, all right? Whose voice is that?
I believe that's Mr. Nichols also.
And that was at 20:25:01. 20:25:01, using wristwatch time is 8:25. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
At 20:25:06, someone said, don't do that. Whose voice is that?
Mr. Nichols.
Whose voice was that said, get on the fucking ground?
That's my voice.
Is that verbal judo?
Yes, sir.
Are you ashamed of that kind of language?
Yes, sir.
Whose voice was that says, I'm going to tase your ass?
It's my voice.
We heard a voice saying, tasing. Whose voice was that?
Martin.
At this time of this arrest, was this a lawful traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
The mission of the Scorpion team, as directed by the Memphis Police Department, was to make traffic stops on infractions, which may be minor, in order to come into contact with those people that may be taking part in illegal things. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You're not the one that made that policy. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I did not.
By the way, I stopped at 20:25:14. Now, that is a picture of what, sir?
Mr. Nichols.
I stopped at 20:25:22. It appears Mr. Nichols is looking up at you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
What's he saying to you?
And that he's on the ground.
His left arm is held by someone's arm. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Whose arm is that?
At this time, I don't know.
Who just said what we just heard?
Officer Haley.
Oh, you want to catch me? I stopped at 20:28. I'm sorry, 20:25:28. Starting up again. Whose voice was that at 20:25:37?
Officer Haley.
And then what about the statement, y'all are really doing a lot? Whose voice was that?
Mr. Nichols.
Was Mr. Nichols complying with the directions of these three officers?
No, sir.
20:25:44. Whose voice was that about? Getting on. Did he ever get on the stomach?
No, sir.
At 20:25:47, someone said spraying. Who was that?
I believe it was Martin.
And we stop right here at 2025-54. You've given a number of statements to the FBI, the police department, and also to the district attorney's office that indicated that Mr. Nichols was able to live and push you, Haley, and Martin off of it. Those true statements or not?
Yes, sir.
And how much do you weigh?
About 275.
And how much does, in your approximation, Mr. Martin weigh?
Probably about 250, 270.
And Mr. Haley?
About 250, 270.
You sure you're not just making that up to exaggerate that Mr. Nichols pushed you three guys off of him?
No, sir.
Starting again at 2025-54. Was that an attempt to fire a taser?
That was, yes, sir.
And then we saw Mr. Nichols do something. What was Mr. Nichols doing?
Taking off his jacket.
That was at 2025-59. Just before you, at 26:19 or 8:26 p.m., I see a figure appears to be walking back towards you. Who is that?
It's Officer Haley.
Haley got ahead of you, is that right?
Yes, sir.
2938. Where Rains and Ross. Taser was deployed. Suspect is running down Ross. Young male, black, slim build, blue jeans, and a hoodie.
That right, I stopped it at 2026-46. That radio call that you just made, did that go Ridgeway precinct wide or Scorpion only?
Ridgeway station wide.
And when we call a station, that's a precinct, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that includes what I'm gonna call blue and white cars, squad cars, smart cars, everybody, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Who's that walking to your left right there?
That's Haley.
And by the way, I've stopped it at 2026. That's Haley.
Yes, sir.
Southbound on Ross. We last saw him. What's that? Yes. All right, hang on, hang on. Ready? All right, straight. One of the problems with the action.
You take Haley by the arm, it appears I stopped at 2027, 22. You took Haley by the arm. Why did you take Haley by the arm?
He was unable to see because of the pepper spray.
In order to cross traffic.
And also across the street. Yes, sir.
Started with you.
All right, your car's right in front of you. My car go for one. All right, hang on. Where's your water?
I stopped it at 2027-36 to give you a warning, for lack of a better word, to listen to the radio calls that are being made and the car numbers, or I'm sorry, call numbers that are reporting in, okay?
Okay.
What was your call number that night?
2938.
And do you recall what Justice Smith's call number was?
I believe it was 2931 or 32.
31. And what about Mr. Mills?
I believe he was 2930.
That's right. And your Lieutenant Dwayne Smith was what?
I don't remember.
I would suggest you 2901 because he's a lieutenant, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got you.
what she was saying. But
You said something about your glasses.
oh, they come correct. Yeah, couldn't find my glasses.
What happened to your glasses?
During the scuffle, they flew off.
You call that a scuffle?
Yes, sir.
Stop at 2028-18. That's Haley that you're pouring water on?
Yes, sir.
Where's Martin?
I believe he's already left the scene to go find Mr. Nichols.
He is what? His caller?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear that radio call?
Yes, sir. I wasn't able to hear it.
All right, listen to it again. He makes a call. And I think I know what it said, but I'm not the one testifying. You recognize that voice?
It sounded like Officer Smith.
Asking for what?
For more cars?
I'm sorry, 2028-30 is when that was asked. Okay? I'm sorry. Thanks for reminding me.
I can't see jack shit. My glasses when you spike me. Negative, we saw him running down Ross. Yeah.
By the way, who's 2933?
33, I believe it's Martin.
What's up? Right eye. Are you ready? Well, right up.
Is that a police siren?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Smith.
I stopped at 2029-56. I'm at Justin Smith sitting over there.
Yes, sir.
I found my glasses and get.
That stop says 20, 30, and 30 seconds. Who was that on the radio just then?
Justin Smith.
And what did Justin Smith tell the dispatcher?
To go ahead and start the fire department to this location for chemical agent.
And is that, by saying fire department, they're not gonna put a fire out there over
Yes,
there to provide what?
Medical assistance.
For who?
Anyone that was affected with pepper spray,
Including?
the suspect.
stopped at 20:31:24. That's 8:31 p.m. Whose voice was that for the description?
It sounds like Officer Mark.
Stopped at 20:31:34. Whose voice was that about not getting far?
I wasn't able to hear it.
Okay. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Whose voice was it?
I don't know.
Okay. Haley's with you though, right?
Yes, sir.
What was that call about?
Just asking dispatch if she did hear that I deployed the taser.
And the dispatcher's response was what?
That she knows and fire department's en route.
And that fire department en route was a result of Justin Smith's radio call.
Yes, sir.
I stopped it, by the way, at 3:31:45. I'm sorry you did. Did you hear that call?
I heard 2901, but I couldn't understand the other stuff.
Would it help if you listened to it again?
Possibly, yes, sir.
We'll listen to it one time, see if you pick up what Lieutenant Smith says. Was he asking if K9 was in the area?
I couldn't
I don't
understand.
want you guessing. Okay, move on. That was at 20:31:57.
Thin male black, blue jeans, and a plaid jacket.
Whose voice was that?
It sounded like Officer Mark.
Good right now? Can you leave some guys?
All right. I stopped it at 8:32 p.m. or 20:32:37. Did you hear that voice?
Which one?
Right now?
Radio
Can you
call.
leave some guys?
Southbound Ross. Whose voice was that?
It sounded to be Officer Mills.
Moving on, that was at 20:32:44. So that's 8:32 p.m., almost 8:33 p.m. That radio call went out. Go ahead. You recognize that voice?
It sounded like Officer Mills again.
Martin and all them were over there chasing them. Shit, you sprayed me too, but luckily you didn't get my eyes on my eyebrow. Oh, stop his ass.
Okay, before we get to the radio call, the next rewinded, you made a comment there. What was your comment?
That I hope they stomp his ass.
Gave you a reason to believe that anybody was going to stomp anybody's ass.
No, sir.
What do you mean by it?
It just from being pissed off at the situation, from being pepper sprayed and
After your statement. Okay.
Luckily, you can get my eyes on my eyebrow. Oh, stop his ass.
Whose voice was that?
as Justin Smith
What was he calling for?
for more units,
More units
more
for
cars.
means what?
We need more officers over here.
We all know what a drama queen is, right? Somebody who exaggerates the situation.
Right? Yes, sir.
Is Justin, based on reputation, is Justin that kind of person?
No, sir.
Did you recognize his voice as being panicked?
Yes, sir.
That is at 20:33:57. 8:33:57.
So they stop at that speed call for other cars, and give a market chase. Sure.
Did Haley give you a direction just then?
Yes, sir.
What?
Stay with the car.
That's at 20:34:31. Justin Smith called across dispatch to have dispatch send more cars.
Yes, sir.
That include Haley.
Yes, sir.
I stopped it at 20:34:47. Start again. Whose voice was that?
Sound like Justin Smith.
What did he say?
I wasn't able to understand him.
Did you hear at that time?
I believe he said the suspect was still fighting.
That was at 20:34:52. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
Did you recognize his voice?
I couldn't hear the voice again.
Did you hear what the words were?
Yes, sir.
What did it say?
Give me your motherfucking hands.
By the way, why are you coughing and spitting?
The pepper spray is now getting into my lungs and affecting how I breathe more.
Is that common?
Yes, sir.
At some point, you referred to something called bad bob. Bad bob is a training exercise, correct?
Yes, sir.
You recall yours?
Yes, sir.
Was this similar to your bad bob training exercise?
Yes, sir.
Continuing on, 20:35:03. Whose voice was that?
Haley.
What did he say?
He was asking where they were at because he said Ross and Castlegate.
Whose voice was that?
It sounded like Nicols.
And it was given the location.
Yes, sir.
Whose voice was that?
Justin Smith.
Describe what his voice sounded like to you making that call.
Very distraught and still
stopped it at, by the way, for the record, I had stopped it at 2035 at about 55 seconds. By the way, your signs in the background.
Yes, sir.
Are all the cars from Ridgeway Precinct headed that way?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Because they hear an officer screaming for help over the radio.
Whose voice is that saying what he said? Whose voice was that?
Can we hear it one more time?
Sure. Whose voice was that at 20:36:46?
Yeah, it sounded to be like Officer Haley.
And what is that vehicle that's pulling up right behind you right now?
A Memphis Fire Department fire truck.
And is that fire truck as a result of Justin Smith's first call?
Yes, sir.
That was at 20:36:47.
What engine do you guys? 55.
Made the radio call out to who?
To dispatcher.
To do what?
To ask the cars at Bear Creek and Castlegate, do I need to send the fire department over there, or are you bringing him back to the fire department?
Because the suspect is over at Bear Creek Cascade, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So the person you're asking about bringing him over to me, or do I need to send down you? We're talking about the suspect, right?
Yes, sir.
Not Haley, not you, but the suspect, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we were planning to do.
By the way, these are Memphis Fire Department personnel, but you've been involved in this case now for over 2.5 years. Do you know those firemen's names for the juries? If you don't, just say you don't.
I believe the white firefighter is Robert Long.
Okay, Long. But you're pretty sure that from your involvement in this case?
Yes, sir.
That's Long, the white one. Okay.
I tased him and it was great. It was fixing to bring him. Did you call? You got yeah, we called it. But you the one that got sprayed. Or was it for the patient? It was for the suspect. No, we were on the ground and I said I'm spraying him. She sprayed all of us. He took off running and he got. Oh, okay. Yeah. Y'all get us? Well, one of the prongs did hit him with the tasers. I don't know if you guys need to take it out, look at it. I don't even know if it's still on. Yeah. Just to cover our ass. We just talking to you guys. Okay. I can see who it is. Yeah, they got him down there. My partner pepper sprayed me and I tased dude. This fire department need to come down here or are you bringing it back down here?
voice is that?
Justin Smith,
Telling you to do what?
to send the fire department down to where they are.
Send those two guys,
Yes, sir.
EMTs, paramedics, wherever they are.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hold on, I'm trying my best. 20, 38, 47-ish. Okay. All right. So I'm stopping it at 20, 38, 53. At that point, you're telling people down at Bear Creek and Cascade that you're sending those EMTs, paramedics down there to you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
That'd be a very spur.
We're going to go ahead and excuse you all. We will resume tomorrow morning with the remaining portion of the cross-examination of this witness. Again, as we talk about each time y'all leave the courtroom, it's still not time to discuss the case. Please make sure that you don't talk to anyone or let anyone talk to you about the case. Put your notes in your chairs, and please get rest, and we'll see you all back here tomorrow. We are going to continue your testimony tomorrow morning. So the court's going to need you to be back here 10 to 9. So we get started at 9 o'clock. Sir, you are still under oath, still a testifying witness. So, sir, you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone or let anyone discuss or talk to you about your testimony until you conclude your testimony tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you can step down. Sir, you are free to go at this time. Is there any other matters that we need to address before we adjourn today? There you go. All right, we'll go ahead and adjourn trial tomorrow night.
All rise. Court stands adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
We're done.
Well, that's all, folks. That's a wrap for today. Sorry, I was reading. Yeah, that's a wrap for today. I don't know how this is helping the defense. I think his goal is he is trying to show exactly how non-compliant um, Tyre was. So he's trying to show, look, this guy was just so non-compliant. The measures that were taken had to be taken. So it's kind of like giving us the perspective, I guess, from the officer's point of view. That's the only thing I can think of they're trying to do. Because other than that, it really doesn't serve us to keep looking at that video. The video is terrible. Those videos are terrible. It really doesn't serve us or the jury to keep looking at it over and over again. So that's why he's being methodical. It was a strategy to use this person's body cam. Obviously, this person wasn't present for the beating. Yeah, let's use his body cam. He wasn't present for the beating. Like, it's so obvious. But I am interested to see what other witnesses the defense has, because it's weird. Like, it's not often that we see trials that are going through both the federal and the state process. These cases are technically already been tried in the federal court, even though I don't know if they were charged with murder and got found guilty of lesser crimes or what. Like I said, I didn't really keep up with them, but they've already been somewhat tried in federal court. And so my thing is, because this has already went to court, you know what evidence they have. That state evidence can't be that much different from the feds evidence. Hell, they probably sent them over the file. The feds probably sent the DA the file. Here, take what you need. Use it. We don't need it anymore. Like, so you know what evidence they have. And it's probably the same evidence that has already gotten you convicted federally. I just don't think I would not have taken this to trial. I would have played out like Haley did and the other guy did. I would not have taken this to trial. Not after I already lost in federal court. No, I'm not taking this to trial. Yeah, there's the chance. There's always the chance. But if you don't have no kind of, man, there's always a chance, of course. And there's always a chance that some kind of technicality can happen. But those chances are slim. You're gambling with your life. So you went to court federally and got convicted. State brought charges, and y'all said, all right, let's run it back. With the same lawyers. Well, at least I know one of them got one of the same lawyers, because he been talking about what happened in federal court all week. But yeah, I'm sorry. I just would not have taken this to trial. Yeah, you don't want the jury to, like, you know they're gonna play the video, and at this point you've seen the video, because I'm sure they played it at the federal trial. And even if they didn't, you got discovery. You knew this video was in evidence. You knew it was the main piece of evidence, and you knew that it looked terrible. I would not have taken this to trial. Number one, at this point, I probably would have. At this point, especially losing federally and my career and all this, I probably would be feeling the guilt very hard right now. and I would be looking at Tyree's mom as if it were my mom. Like what I want, if the roles were reversed, if those officers were in Tyree's shoes, would you want your mom in court looking at these videos of your last moments? Or you getting beat to a pulp? It's kind of like the audacity to take it to trial, to make this lady sit there and look at this, to make this lady hear her son cry out, and all they can think of is the police way. Oh, he wasn't complying. Oh, there was drugs in the car. They are, and his lawyer kind of said that they aren't looking at the fact that, oh, he got beat up by the police and he ended up dying. They are looking at it like, well, let's talk about why he ran to begin with. That's what that, especially that white lawyer, the one that got the smart ass mouth. That's especially his. That's what he's trying to get at. Like, yeah, the officers beat him, but let's talk about why he got beat in the first place. That's what he's trying to say. Why did he run? You are supposed to comply with the police. He didn't comply. He ran. Innocent people don't run. Innocent people don't resist arrest. That's the point they're trying to drive home. The problem with that is resisting arrest shouldn't mean you have to die. You shouldn't have to die because you resisted arrest. Should you be punished for resisting arrest? I guess, because it's a law or whatever. But should you have to die for it? No. If you ran because you had drugs in the car, or your license was bad, no insurance, tags, whatever the reason it was that you ran, should you have to die because you ran? But officers think totally different. It actually, officers think like the moment you take off running, you're now a threat. You're a threat and you're running. That's how they look at it. Once you take off running, you're a threat. And, and they gonna chase after you, and then when they get you, they're gonna whip your ass. But you're not a threat if you're running away. That's why some states have discontinued, they have laws against doing chases, highway chases, because there have been a lot of people that died because the police was chasing them. But the police would be chasing them down a crowded ass street with a bunch of cars where, it's very typical that a innocent civilian might get hurt. But to them, they are looking at like their life is in danger because somebody else took off running or resisted arrest. And it just shouldn't be like that. And I be getting into debates with people about the fact, like how officers are so like uptight is not the word I'm looking for. But how officers are so, how they are about their safety. When they kill one of us, it's because they fear for their life. Shit like that. Their safety, and they're always like, do you have any weapons on you? I'm not gonna risk not going home to my family. Blah blah blah. And my thing is, what is it that makes a police officer's life more important than anybody else's? As soon as you hit them or look at them wrong, they want to scream battery on a law enforcement officer, battery on Leo, or they look at you as a threat, their life is in danger. But if when it's the other way around, when they're pushing people around and when they're hitting people, isn't that person's life in danger as well? If the police is beating you up and they have a gun and they have a stun and a taser and they have mace and they have an aspartame, aren't they the threat? Shit, we should be like, shouldn't we be scared of them? But what makes their life more important than anybody else's? Why does their life get put on a pedestal before anybody else's? I just don't understand that. I don't understand. Y'all don't even make enough money to think like that, bro. Like, yes, I know people have a difficult job. You do have to be brave. You do. It doesn't have to be something that you like inherently want to do. True, all of this is true. But y'all don't even make enough money to think like that. Yeah, like get out of here. Your life insurance policy is more than your yearly salary. Like, I mean, they don't even they shouldn't be thinking like that. But anyway, that's it for today. We'll be back tomorrow. I think my son has a field trip tomorrow. Um, my mama is supposed to be going with him, but I might have to go. I don't know. We'll see. And even if I do go, I might just turn it on before I leave and hope it don't cut off. But anyway, I will catch you guys later.